If you're a facilities manager at a university, you know students rely on the cafeteria for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and the occasional late-night snack. So when a dishwasher breaks down and dirty plates pile up, the mess hall can turn messy in the blink of an eye. Enter Grainger. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast delivery, the product you need now is never far away. So you can turn that dishwasher back into a lean, clean washing machine. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You are now listening to the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. That was a great face. To another Thursday night at The Disconnected. This is Thursday Night Live Show Reconnected, where we're going to go over all the announcements and lots of other fun stuff. Tonight, returning for the first time in what we found out earlier is quite a long time, considering life has changed dramatically since last May, Mr. Chris Stachiw. Chris, thanks for coming on. Can you not hear me?
I guess it was frozen there for a second.
Thanks for coming back.
Off to a rockin' start.
As usual. How are you?
Good. How long has it been? Since May of last year.
May of last year, yeah.
May of last year feels like a long time ago.
It's a different life ago, eh?
Hey. Canadian all of a sudden?
Yes.
I am just as confused as you are as to why you invited me back. The viewership has doubled since this started. Ooh,
at least, yeah.
Digging the outfit and the headphones. I do appreciate this hoodie. This hoodie is one of my favorite hoodies. That's why I wore it. It's been quite cold here. It's cold where you are too. So got to stay warm, folks. Not everybody can be in Florida or Arizona right now in the middle of the winter. So.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Chris and I are back doing stuff together again. Chris and I, of course, have another show called Film Foundations that has been on a bit of a hiatus since last October, November.
Yeah. We've, I don't talk about my personal life a lot, and I'm not going to talk about it here, but, personal stuff got in the way. And if you know me, which I know you do, and I don't know, some other people in the chat may know me as well, me taking a break for any extended period of time is like sacrilege. I don't think I'd never been forced to take a break that's like the first time in a decade, essentially. So, yeah, not... The last 8 to 9 months have not been super duper pleasant, and I'm not sure I'm on the other side of it yet, but I am happy to be here to be talking about movies and things that are fun and exciting, as opposed to the reality of the existence we all share at the same time. So, and that's not a political statement. That's just saying like we're all sharing the same existence. Like, and it's good, right. It's bad, and it's up and it's down. So, a lot of downs, a lot of ups. I've been enjoying the ups a lot more than I have because of how down the downs have been. So, but I'm glad to be back here. It's been a minute, but to your point, like podcasting and getting to do stuff like this together is my passion, at least. And I know it's your passion as well. So to be able to come back and you invite me back to do this is always exciting. It's a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to having a good evening. If your audience can't tell, since the last time I was here, and Ryan knows this, but the audience doesn't, I've mellowed out a fair amount. There's a lot of reasons for that. What do they say? Going from in a relationship of 13 years to not in one, not by your own choice, will do that to you. So, yes, I have mellowed out a significant amount since the last time I was on here. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited for Dr. Dodson, the West Coast Elite, to join us at some point to talk about
East Coast Elite.
East Coast, West Coast. Either way, I mean, he goes to the West Coast. When he's on the West Coast, is he not a West Coast Elite?
No, he's still got that accent.
Yeah, that's true. But he wouldn't say he's from the South. He's from Appalachia. But yeah, I'm excited for him to join us. Then I'm excited to do I guess, what would we call it? The Film Foundation's live episode at the end of this.
Yes, and that's the indication. After the announcements tonight, we are going to be doing a full live episode of Film Foundations. And if you are familiar with what Chris and I have done together on this channel before, we're going back to our roots. The very first thing we talked about, we're going to be doing a Film Foundations live tonight on found footage films, which is going to be fun.
I think it's literally like one of I think it's for you and I, it's a very much a shared like love and passion. And I know that when we get to it, I don't have to sell anyone here to stick around, but please stick around because it's going to be an entertaining conversation, even if the esteemed Dr. Dodson's going to dip before the conversation, which is fine.
So
gotta let the experts talk about the found footage, because I honestly feel like not to give it away ahead of time, but Ryan and I actually like found footage films unironically. So I'm not saying we're experts by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, we watch a lot of movies, as I'm sure everybody in the chat does, but more to the fact of like, it's something we're passionate about. So if that is a thing that you are interested in learning more about, stick around to the end, because we're going to have some interesting opinions about things that maybe movies you want to check out. So I'm here. I'm excited. Let's get rocking and rolling, as they would say.
You've mentioned Will a couple times. The eagle-eyed viewers will notice it is the first Thursday of the month, and Will is not the guest tonight. And the reason is Will is teaching a class on Thursday nights this semester and next semester. But the way we're planning it, we think Will is only going to miss 4 episodes this entire year. So what we're going to do is Will is going to be absent for the first part, but he might join us for the announcements. And then he's probably, like Chris said, going to dip before our Film Foundations episode. But we're still going to get a taste of his Southern drawl. Don't worry. We're going to talk about some of our usual stuff first. Chris, I know you're not the massive physical media collector that most on this channel are. What have you been picking up lately? Anything you want to talk about?
So physical media. Yeah, no, well, that's not true. So actually, well, it's true, not true. I guess, I, in the last couple months, got Xbox One X, the one that has the 4K player.
Yep.
And I know, people in the chat feel how you will about that. And I get it. Like, I'm not looking to, not that I'm saying I was looking to find like the best 4K player now, but I was looking to also play Indiana Jones and the Circle. And so, which by the way, like, game is totally worth playing. It's better than the last like 2 movies. But
can I interrupt before you finish that? Amazingly enough, let's self-promote a little bit. The first episode of Film Foundation's back is out today, and it was the episode on Indiana Jones. So perfect timing.
Right. And so, yeah, unfortunately it was recorded so long ago. I can't talk about the video game, but sidebar, video games, while I appreciate some people may not be into them, you can also just watch them on YouTube. I genuinely believe that video games are the future of like, quote, dead film franchises, unquote. Because, I mean, you get someone like Troy Baker to do Harrison Ford's voice. You can do how many of these video games? Like literally as many as Troy Baker is willing to do the voice for. So as far as I'm concerned, while there are people out there who I understand are not into video games, you can watch the video games on YouTube as essentially a movie. And the Indiana Jones video game that came out is great. All that to say, I bought an Xbox One X to be able to play that, and I have a 4K TV in my living room. So for Christmas, I bought for myself 2 A24, I guess they sell them at Walmart, which was the most shocking part of all, frankly. To be walking around Walmart and then just be like, oh, look, there's Stop Making Sense and Midsummer. Let me just casually buy these. Yep. So I bought those for myself for Christmas and then gifted them to myself for Christmas under the Christmas tree, which is something I do from time to time just to be a troll. Because then my parents are like, wait a second, who got that for you? And it's like, I got that for myself and I wrapped it and put it under the tree. But since the last time I was on here, I have really started to vibe with Robert Eggers films, Ari Aster's films. So Midsummer, I think, is like, I think it's probably like, it's like top 5 movie for me now. And like, it's, wow. Yeah, dude, it's wild. That like, and now there's parts of that movie that I vibe with a lot more than I used to. That's for sure. Female or male perspective, however you want to look at it. But also Stop Making Sense is the perfect music concert documentary, concert film for my all-time personal favorite band of all time, which is the Talking Heads. So I didn't want to pass that up. So I bought those. So those are two physical media things that I bought. So I can say more than often I have purchased things. However, I will say, and this is a piece of self-promotion for all of you collectors out there, because I know that there are a lot of you out there that collect things. If you're halfway into sports, right now is the time to get into sports cards, not for investment purposes. I can't give you investment advice. I'm not a whatever, but I've been super into like sports cards and stuff recently, which I think is kind of fun and interesting. And there's like a lot of stuff, if you go to Walmart and Target, that are super interesting, especially for people that are into pop culture stuff, because they do have things that are not just sports as well. Right. I'm selling a friend of mine a David Harbour signed card from Stranger Things, like, and he's like over the moon about it. So like in terms of like physical things I've been picking up since my kind of divorce and separation from my ex-wife, I've really gotten into sports cards. Unfortunately, timed that with the absolute worst news known to man for a fan of the team that I'm a fan of, which is the Dallas Mavericks, which now I'm no longer a Dallas Mavericks fan because of that nonsense. But all of that to say, in the last 8 months, I have purchased movies, but I've also purchased other physical media collectory things that I don't know. There have got to be at least one or two people in the chat that have at least a halfway interest in that.
Of course.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, sports cards are like a thing, but they're not, but they are, but they aren't. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's WWE cards, and there's there's all kinds of stuff. Just give it a chance. Go look. You know, it's weird and it's wild, and it's another collectory thing. There's rarity as opposed to with DVDs, but I guess with certain DVDs, there's there's DVDs with rarity and stuff and numbered and stuff. So, but that's what I've kind of been into, really. Just okay, so just for an example, and I have this on my desk, so a little bit more self-promotion. So, I started a Barney Miller podcast with Mike White at the Projection Booth 5 years ago, and we just finished it. And I went to a card shop in Omaha, and I found this in the case, and I'm not even kidding. It's a Hal Linden 1-of-1 signed card. And so my point being, like, this is a Hal Linden signed card from Barney Miller, which has nothing to do with sports. I purchased this card for $60. It will go to my personal collection, my PC, as the nerds would say it, and stay there forever. But those are the kinds of things. Funko, I also used to collect those. I get it, brother. But all that to say, I've gotten a little bit back more into collecting, and I think it's kind of like sideways gotten me back into physical media. And I will tell you, being able to buy high-end A24 Blu-rays and DVDs at Walmart is nice, because that makes it more of like a spontaneous purchase. Because I definitely, not that I'm saying I wouldn't have gone out of my way to buy it, but I don't know where you would get those things otherwise anymore. Like, unless it's like an Entertain Mart or like one of those specialty stores, which I'm not saying I don't go to those places, but I go to Target and Walmart a hell of a lot more often. So to be able to get Midsummer and Stop Making Sense at Walmart it's more surprising it was Walmart, because that seems more like a Target thing, but okay. I know Bloody Disgusting has 8 feet in every Walmart in the country, because they're selling all of their like horror-y stuff. So horror-y stuff. But yeah, so that's what I've picked up. And what about you, Mr. DVD buying man?
Well, funny enough, I guess I did technically pay for one of these. The rest of these are free, but we're going to talk about that in just a minute. The first one I figured would interest you. This just came this week as part of my subscription through Oscilloscope. This is Omar and Cedric. If this ever gets weird, this is the documentary on Omar and Cedric from, of course, the Mars Volta and At the Drive-In. Some really great bands.
Nice.
Supposed to be an incredible doc. Eager to see this. We'll be watching soon. And then the other thing that I have to talk about, speaking of self-promotion, going to share the screen here on this one.
I get sick of the amount of self-promotion we've done in the first 10 minutes here.
Press release that came out on Blu-ray.com yesterday. Cult Epics has acquired 4 movies. These are not technically physical media announcements yet, so we're not covering it yet. But they are putting out 4 releases in the upcoming year. We are looking at a 4K Blu-ray release of The Little Girl Who Leapt Through Time, from 1983 by Nobuhiko Obayashi, School in the Crosshairs Blu-ray from 1981 from the same director, The Island Closest to Heaven from 1984, and then His Motorbike, Her Island from 1986, all getting releases. And the big thing here is Someone's Favorite Productions is the one that is producing all 4 of these discs. So hiring people for extras, doing QC on everything, making sure that the releases are excellent. These are going to be coming out over the next year, working on art for these right now and trying to get people on the ground in Japan. I got some producers working with the government in Japan to get some of these individuals that were involved in making the films. And funny enough, those of you that watched the show last week realized that I was in L.A. with Jeremy Long and Stan Geezy, who's in the chat, and Craig, who's in the chat, and some other friends. I actually went and met the owner of Cult Epics in person so we can meet on some of these things. And he, near the end of the conversation, was like, do you want to go check out the Cult Epics shed? Do you want anything? And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, come here. And we went out back, and literally, we're talking an 8-foot by 8-foot shed. You could not fit to take a step in there. Everything just covered in releases. And he's like, here, check this out. This has been out of print for forever. There's this DVD of spiritual exercises. He grabbed this, and he was like, there was a windstorm. Hold on. Started banging it on his hand to get the dust off. Gave me and my buddy who went with me to that. He gave us each one of those. And then I Will Walk Like a Crazy Horse, another DVD. And then he said, what about the newer stuff? You need anything? And so I got in Frivolous Lola, the 4K from Tinto Brass. And then the last Tinto Brass 4K of Cheeky. And finally, I got one of these films, but now I got the whole box set here. This is the debut, A Woman Like Eve and the Kool Aches of Death. So lots of cool stuff from Cult Epics over the next year. They've got some incredible stuff in the works, stuff that I'm not producing. I am so stoked for that. And yeah, Brian, this was the next thing I was about to say. The Japanese Society in New York is doing a retro of his work now. We are showing our releases in the Japanese Society starting tomorrow. Hence why the press release went out last night. You can go see screenings of those tomorrow night and through the rest of the weekend and all of next week. And then we are doing a showing across theaters across the U.S. in the rest of the year. Our first release should be out probably somewhere between 6 and 7 months from now. We're going to be talking about those as they come.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thanks. It's been a long time coming. We've been working on these for a long time already.
Say, for the amount of work I haven't done in the last 8 months, you're no slouch, but you're never a slouch. I always tell you always do. You're always Bilbo Baggins that you're not enough butter over too much bread, always. But it's okay. I mean, it's a hustle. I appreciate the hustle, but you are always very, very, very busy, man.
So for those that don't know, Nobuhiko Obayashi, he's the guy that directed House. That got really popular around 2008 when it finally came out stateside, and Criterion gave it a lot of attention, and now it's like this cult classic that everybody loves.
You have it?
I do have House. Yeah, it's amazing.
Same. Yeah, it's pretty good. I surprisingly own that on Blu-ray.
It's a great one.
That's a good one.
These 4 are very, very different, but they're very fun still. It was the 80s was an interesting time for Obayashi, and I will say all 4 of these had come out by Third Window Films of the UK previously. Those have been out of print. Now they're getting single releases, but that box set is pricey nowadays. I love Third Window, and I love what they do, but these 4 releases are going to blow those out of the water. Just a heads up. If you were like watching that box set on eBay, these are going to be the releases to get. Obviously, one of them is a 4K, and we're going to be stacking these with extras. I've got so much in the works that it's going to be the definitive releases of these films by a long shot.
Nice.
Speaking of movies, what have you been watching, Chris?
Well, that's an interesting question. So you had been pretty, I would say, diligent about staying on top of me using Letterboxd, and then I mean, again, life got in the way, and depression's a hell of a thing. So it's not like I haven't watched movies in the last couple months. I actually think far from it. It's almost like I don't remember what I've been watching, which is the weird part. I don't know. Like I've sat and rewatched a lot of stuff that like I mentioned, I have wanted to watch. So I watched, like I said, Midsummer a fair amount, like more than just once. I rewatched The Witch. I saw The Lighthouse finally. By the way, I saw The Northman, which I know you were not the biggest fan of. I really fucking enjoyed it. I thought it was great. I mean, it like scratched an itch for me that I didn't know I need scratched, which was like epic. I don't know, like, I guess the only thing is like, oh, I wish Eggers had done it in, ancient Norse, but like, the reasoning behind that not being
right.
him. Yeah, it's like too fucking expensive. Like, I get it. Like, it's fine. Trying to think what else. I mean, I watched all the Terrifier movies other than the third one, which I haven't seen yet. I watched all of like the new A24 stuff. So I watched Heretic, which was okay. I saw Smile 2, which I really appreciated. I thought Smile 2 was good. I think I still like the first one more.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think the Jeremy Gallner of it all is kind of the thing for me about that. I watched Looney Tunes Back in Action, which, by the way, is actually low-key, like, kind of good, other than Steve Martin's, like, fucking nutsoid coked out performance. It's just Who Framed Roger Rabbit, but with Brendan Fraser and, like, Warner Brothers characters, which, I mean, look, it's, like, 2003. I'm not saying it's peak Brendan Fraser, but, I'm a Brendan Fraser fan. So
I think most people are.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think he seems like a good dude, as they would say. He seems like a genuine guy. I'm trying to think what else. God, I don't know. I mean, I watched Trap, which was kind of okay. Blink Twice, which was kind of okay. The Front Room, which was like The Front Room was okay. I don't even understand what I watched with that one. Trying to think what else. Trying to think if there was anything that like really jumped out at me. So I watched today because of you. I watched Rebel Ridge, which you and I are going to be talking about tomorrow for an episode of my show to kind of get me back into the swing of things. And then I did watch Blue Ruin.
Ooh, I didn't know that. Nice.
Yeah. Well, I texted it to you. I was like, we'll see. Like, I was kind of like, I guess I assumed you realized what I was doing. I don't want to say anything about Rebel Ridge because we're going to talk about it tomorrow. And it'll be an episode on my show. So there you go. Self-promotion. She's doing this for less than 30 minutes. We've self-promoted like 8 times. Jeremy Saulnier's stuff is very intense.
Yes.
And like, and I like that, but I can totally understand that is not for everybody. And like, it's intense in a way that I would say, and look, I haven't seen it, and like, don't jump all over me, but I haven't seen Uncut Gems, and I'm assuming the Safdie brothers stuff is just like that. Right? Like super intense and like, just like, yeah. So I really enjoyed Blue Ruin. I really liked Rebel Ridge. I think Rebel Ridge is like the most approachable of his movies because it's it's more or less just like literally like civil forfeiture Rambo, which is fine. Like, and it's also, I don't know, like it's a very different kind of movie because like there's a lot of like, I don't know, go watch it. I think it's great. Blue Ruin, I think, is the least approachable of the ones that I've seen, but I think it's also like, it's such a strange movie. Like it feels like a tale of Appalachia that our dear friend Dr. Dodson would really fall in love with. I mean, it's like, I don't know, it's like old school, like family drama. And I don't know. I really enjoyed it. I also watched Nosferatu, which we're going to be talking about tomorrow, which, spoilers, I may be a bigger fan of than Ryan is. Trying to think if there's anything else. I haven't seen The Substance yet, so don't everybody jump all over me for that. We're going to be talking about Wicked at some point, which I did watch. Spoilers, it's fine. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
It's quite a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, like you asked, like it's A, it's been a while, and B, like there's a lot of new stuff that came out. Oh, I also watched that Afraid AI movie. My God, that movie was bizarre. Oh, You know what? And this is the last thing I'll plug. And this'll get me maybe. I don't know if this will get me points with your audience, or maybe your audience will think I'm crazier than I already am. I will be on the right side of history with Joker Fully Ado. It is an absolute masterpiece and a total fucking troll job. And I
feel like I would love it. I need to watch it.
I absolutely loved it. I spent an entire hour and a half defending it with Mike on an episode of my show that we did a crossover. And give it a chance. It is a wild and weird and woolly movie. And the people who love the first movie definitely were not going to like the second movie, and that was almost literally intentional, which
literally the point.
Literally the point, yeah. Well, they missed the point of the first movie, so Todd Phillips is like, "Let me remind you that the reason this I love it for that, but I think time will out. Hideo Kojima is a genius, and I'm not saying I'm a genius, but Hideo Kojima is like, you guys will get it in the end. Like it's like Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future, like your kids will get it. But and the one thing I want to watch, and I know we don't talk about things we want to watch, but it's something I want to watch, and maybe we'll talk about it in the future. Queer, the William S. Burroughs movie with Daniel Craig playing Dr. Benway, which William S. Burroughs is not playing Dr. Benway. And I'm very tempted for my month this year on my show to pick Queer and Naked Lunch, because there aren't enough Burrow adaptations. Like that's it. It's Queer and it's Naked Lunch. I'm pretty sure. So, but this year I'm picking stuff for myself, so that's probably going to be on there. But yeah, that's a lot of stuff, I guess. And Dudley Do Right, which is just like cheap George of the Jungle. Man, Alfred Molina is really good in that movie. Honestly, I'm not saying give Dudley Do Right a chance, but let me just completely invalidate my ability to be a genuine movie critic with your audience. Dudley Do Right is like poor man's George of the Jungle, which George of the Jungle is a great movie. If you've never seen George of the Jungle, it is the movie that every time I watch it, I go, this is why Brendan Fraser is a literal charismatic god. He's so good in that movie.
It's a great movie.
It's a great movie, but he's really good. I actually love... Brendan Fraser as an actor, we need to do a Brendan Fraser episode of Film Foundations, because it would just be me waxing poetically about The Mummy 1999 for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, he's got some incredible movies, genuinely.
Wait, you don't like The Mummy?
No, that's the one everybody goes to.
Oh, you're saying other than that. Oh, yeah, in addition to, I see what you mean. George of the Jungle. Literally, again, Gods and Monsters is another one. No, Brendan Fraser's God.
I mean, we could talk about Encino Man for an hour. There's so many of his movies that are in
fucking
School Ties. Even, I know that, if I remember right, I don't think you loved the movie, but his part in Killers of the Flower Moon, he was incredible.
I probably need to rewatch Killers of the Flower Moon. I don't know. Me and Scorsese kind of, I don't know. Oh, we've been joined by the East Coast elite.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, Dr. Dodson.
What's happening, Mr. Stachiw? Kazoo night.
Airheads is good. That's one of these days you'll realize that joke wasn't funny then or now. or forever. William.
No? Okay.
Somebody for some
what?
What was that last one? I saw a comment saying they were hoping. Oh, okay. Oh, I read it too quickly and I thought it said a different queer man, and I was like, well.
Well, I guess you're gonna have to leave.
This is where we find out that Will has dyslexia.
Yeah, but actually, no. I'm gonna go to bat. Looney Tunes Back in Action. Check it out. Seriously, it's a weird movie, and I don't think that it gets enough love. But there's a scene with Matthew Lillard where he is confronted by Casey Kasem's Shaggy, which is really funny and super meta. But yeah, that's everything I've been watching, which is a lot and a little, and a lot of The Bear over and over again, just on repeat. Jeremy Allen White, just Jesus Christ, good God, talk about a man.
Will, we have already talked about the Obayashi titles coming from Cult Epics, and that someone's favorite is producing them.
Oh,
anything you want to talk about that you've recently watched or picked up?
So I'm rushing. I just got back from my cult films class. Still have my polo on.
East Coast to lead all the way. Oh, wow. And dinner and a show. By the way, Bedazzled is amazing. I'm surprised neither one of us mentioned it. That was the first time I heard a song from Sister Hazel was in Bedazzled.
Well, I'm just in time.
Yeah, you have missed out on absolutely nothing.
I was about to go into recent watches. You have anything you want to share there, Will?
Yeah, I'll do some recent watches. Would you like to go first while I comport?
Sure. Covering some stuff that I did in the last week while I was down in LA. Really want to highlight Saturday night last weekend was able to watch Mulholland Drive at the Egyptian Theater. Just a couple weeks after David Lynch's death in LA, about the city that the film is about, in a sold out room with, almost 500 people that just truly were there for the experience, was genuinely magical. One of my favorite theater experiences ever. Absolutely loved being there for that. Looked incredible on the big screen. Was a great time. And then some of the Sundance films, not going to cover all of them. Discussion on the rest of them will be in a Patreon video in the next couple weeks. One I wanted to talk about, By Design. This is one that we were most excited about going into the festival at home. And the main reason is because the log line on Letterboxd. Chris, have you heard of By Design yet?
Is that one you were telling me about? No?
Maybe. So this is starring Juliette Lewis, and the synopsis on Letterboxd says, a woman swaps bodies with a chair, and everyone likes her better as a chair.
Yes, you were mentioning this to me when you were watching it.
So the movie is fine. Like, it's a very, artistic, I want to be a hipster type movie. But I will say, shout out Juliette Lewis, who's incredible in this. One of the biggest things is her body control. She literally holds perfectly still. No eye twitches, no finger twitches, nothing like that for 8 or 10 minute scenes multiple times in this film in very uncomfortable positions. I could never, and it just shows the absolute craft on display there. It's amazing.
So is she a chair on screen?
No. It's her soul has been transformed into a chair, essentially.
Doesn't that happen in Twin Peaks?
A little bit, yes.
So it's a bed frame.
The next one I want to talk about from Sundance is Bubble and Squeak. This is a movie that is hilarious, I'll say. Directed by Evan Toohey, starring Himesh Patel and Sarah Goldberg. Has some other big names in it. Stephen Yeun, Dave Franco, Matt Berry all play big parts. And this is very Napoleon Dynamite style humor about two individuals that are honeymooning in a random Eastern European country that went through some cabbage trauma a couple generations ago. And now cabbages have been outlawed. And they get accused of smuggling cabbages, and hilarity ensues. And it is absolutely incredible. Most of the people we watched it with did not love it. I truly worshipped this movie. It was incredible. Really great dry humor throughout. Some very funny random ass scenes. It was fantastic.
Bubble and Squeak. That sounds like cabbage trauma to me.
That was the point. Yeah.
Oh, is that really what it references?
I believe so.
Oh.
That's all I'll share on Sundance. What have you been watching, sir?
Me?
You? Yeah.
I already went. I already had my diatribe.
That was the Bedazzled?
Oh, it was a lot of stuff. I haven't been on this show since May of last year, man.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
To quote Stained.
Wow. Just a D, no E.
I actually watched quite a bit this month. I'll try to.
Will, did you see this comment from Ronnie for you? Did you know that they announced on the Kino Shelf Space live stream that they're putting out 4 new to Blu-ray Jess Franco movies through the Kino Cult line?
No, I did not.
By that very big smile, you can tell it is brand new film information.
That's exciting. Well, so you haven't done the Vinegar Syndrome announcements or anything yet?
We haven't done a single announcement, and we have over 90 to cover tonight.
Oh, great. Yeah, I ended class.
We've been here for 35 minutes.
I ended class a little bit early so I could try not to be too late.
You haven't missed anything.
We had a really good discussion, so I guess I'll start with recent watches. My most recent watch, literally 2 hours ago, was I decided to show the class. Well, it jumped a little bit ahead in the syllabus because of some things that are happening politically, which of course I won't get into because we don't do that on this show. But I thought it was important that the class see Cannibal Women in the Avocado Jungle of Death and kind of compare the debates, around women's rights, not just legally, but culturally. And the difference between like backlash against political correctness then and so-called woke ideology now. I mean, there's a lot of parallels. So they enjoyed it. It's weird. Like for generations of students, that movie is their introduction to Shannon Tweed. Like
and
that,
Bill Maher.
Who gives a shit about Bill Maher? The point is
Bill Maher.
Yeah, he loves himself.
Anyways,
so they've never heard of Shannon Tweed. They don't know what she's known for, and so the first thing they see her in is this, feminist-based comedy where she's playing a feminist ethno historian. And so when I explained to them afterwards that like part of the joke is that she's known as this like queen of direct-to-video erotic thrillers, they're like, oh, so that went really well. This past month I watched a bunch of stuff. Some stuff I tried for the first time, some stuff I tried again. I saw an old James Whale movie called By Candlelight, which is a delightful theater adaptation. Was it like 1932, 1933? Of mistaken identity. A butler and a maid fall in love, but they each think the other is a prince or a princess because they're both pretending to be their masters or whatever you call it. So it was cute. I saw this incredible like Alpine Western with Rory Calhoun called The Looters. Kino put it out. And it's got one of the greatest opening shots I've ever seen. And then the movie is like, but then the climax is insane. So I recommend The Looters. I saw on streaming, I saw P2.
Oh, that's a good one. You're going to say it sucks now.
It didn't really work for me. I felt like I wanted there to be tension that I just wasn't getting to. But, it was okay, I guess.
Another one that needs a Blu-ray release.
I saw Old Dads, directed by Bill Burr. And it was okay. Like, I related to it. It was about all these middle-aged dads trying to restrain their temper. Right? The Bill Burr shtick.
Yeah.
He's gotten kind of domesticated now, but so Old Dads was on Netflix, and it was all right. It was okay. I tried 20 some years after the first time I saw it. I tried to watch Run Lola Run and like it, but it's just kind of dumb. I saw possibly the greatest movie ever that didn't quite work for me. It's called Night Visitor. It has one of the greatest theme songs. This 80s theme song that goes like, "Never say Satan." And apparently that was the original title of the movie. And all you need to know is Elliot Gould and Michael J. Pollard have a chainsaw fight. It's about a kid who finds out his history teacher in a high school kid played by like a 35-year-old. A high school kid finds out his history teacher is a Satan worshiper. And guess who's in it? Shannon Tweed. She plays a hooker. It's one of her first
back
movies.
around. Is that the one that Scorpion put out?
Yes.
Nice.
Lastly, I ran 2 series this month. I saw all 3 Equalizer movies. And I didn't realize they were adapted from the TV show, which, of course, Toby Hooper directed the pilot of the original Equalizer. But I just wanted to see what they were like. And, Denzel Washington is really cool. I didn't realize he's 70 years old at this point.
Yep.
They're stylish, but I would not get mad at somebody for liking the Equalizers, but I think I'm done. Now, the other series I ran was the Death Wish series. So I watched the first one on 4K, which is a really good movie and a lot more complex than I think people give credit for. 2 less complex.
Also 4K.
Also 4K. 3, now this is crazy because 3 came out in 1985, the same year as Roberta Findlay's Tenement, Game of Survival, and they're basically the same movie. So 3 was kind of interesting. A bunch of old people and Charles Bronson fighting a gang. 4 was probably my least favorite. It had some moments. My favorite is 5. Okay? I'm about to sell you on Death Wish 5. Have you seen this?
I've not seen 5 yet, no.
Okay. Robert Joy plays an assassin who cross-dresses and has a medically debilitating dandruff condition, and he's also obsessed with home security. And he's not even the main bad guy. Guess who the main bad guy is? Michael Parks. And he eats this movie to death.
As usual.
He is awesome. This is one of my new favorite Michael Parks roles. Death Wish 5, The Face of Death. Awesome. And then, of course, the Eli Roth remake, which is not as bad as I think most people think it is, in my opinion. I think it's too slick. Yeah. But I also think that it, like the original, kind of gets into that uncomfortable, right, liberal position where we're like, we don't trust the cops, but where are the cops when something happens to us? Right? Like, I'm politically over here, but I'm, then when it's like at my front door, what would you do? What would you do if somebody, hurt your family? I'd like to think I would systematically track them down and extrajudiciously murder them. But who knows? So yeah, that was it. I saw the Death Wish films. I'd only seen the first 2, I realized. So the rest of them were new to me. I'd seen the Eli Roth remake, but
you didn't watch Death Sentence?
What's that? I don't know that one.
Death Sentence is the James Wan Kevin Bacon movie that's like a remake of the Death Wish sequel, the book that's the sequel to Death Wish.
Oh,
It's essentially just Death Wish with Kevin Bacon. It's really good. I mean, it's a James Wan movie.
6 Degrees to Death Wish. That's great.
It's essentially just the same movie, but with Kevin Bacon.
More dancing.
Yeah. Also, Kill is a wild movie. Kill, if you have not seen Kill, it's essentially a guy just murdering people on a train for like an hour and a half. It's pretty wild.
Ah. I like
kind of like Death Wish, I guess. Yeah, in a little bit of a way. Yeah.
I've always been a Charles Bronson fan. I always loved the story of how he got into acting. Back when he was Charles Baczynski, he was a coal miner in Pennsylvania. And the opportunity came to like audition for a play, and he was like, I thought it'd be easier.
I love the way he talks. Hey, Pelly.
Yeah.
I love Charles Bronson's voice.
Yeah, he's the best.
I'm going to go and fix Emmett. That's the gag from The Simpsons.
Right. No dice.
Yeah. No dice.
Yeah. So recent pickups. I got that Grindhouse releasing edition of Hollywood.
Nice.
90028. I haven't watched it yet, but it's at the top of my stack. To my left is my watch pile.
Piles.
Getting ready for the weekend, fellas.
Wow. Yeah. What do you got? You got an infinite time machine there, boss, that we don't know about?
Oh my God! You know what would be great? An infinite time machine. I would love that.
Could use that right now.
You know,
All the time.
Everybody, like all the vampires, talk like their immortality is tragic and everything, and the beauty of life is that it begins and ends. But you tell me I have a chance to be like 29 forever, I'm taking it.
Will, you were not here last week when we had our TerraVision announcements. Anything you want to talk about on Clayton Dillard being featured on a couple titles?
Oh man, you guys! I mentioned this I think last month. Clayton Dillard, Dr. Clayton Dillard, is a really great writer. Used to write for Slant Magazine. I think he still does every now and then. And he produced he and his brother Brad, who incidentally both were students of mine back in like the early 2000s, like the aughts before the teens. And, you know, now Brad is a really great editor, and Clayton's a writer and a film professor. And the visual essays that they produced for Gushing Prayer and what was the one, Suddenly in the Dark?
Yes, sir.
Are just fantastic. And I say that without bias because I'm like extra hard on him because I've known him so long. So
one of these essays is done for the second time, essentially.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I'm really impressed. And excited for some of you all to see them because they are really, really well done. And the TerraVision editions, Gushing Prayer, is a really tough but interesting movie. Really well done. Something in the Dark is gorgeous. I can't wait to see the 4K.
Yeah.
Because I just saw the screener version. So I got to say, I think this is the best slate TerraVision has had yet. I ordered them.
I think most agree that this is the best one yet. And on that note, this is probably a good time to remind that this is their introductory pricing. So all the prices on those pre-orders that went up last week are going up on Saturday of this week. So if you wanted them now, this will be the cheapest they will be. And it's a good time.
I love how like about a year ago you did a whole show about resisting FOMO. And now one of the main boutique labels is their whole business model is FOMO.
One of? I think most of them, that's kind of like the whole shtick nowadays.
Get them while they're cheap.
All right. Shall we get into some announcements? Lots to discuss tonight.
I guess.
All right. First up, Arrow this last week. The first title is Booger. This is from 2023. This is a body horror movie that is a modern film. It's going to have, a visual essay by Kat Hughes, History of the Cat and Death, new visual essay by Alexandra West. You got a collector's booklet with new writing by Becky Dark and Alexandra Heller-Nicholas. I got to say, Alexandra Heller-Nicholas has writing on, I don't know, 84% of releases nowadays, and I don't know how that works. It's how do you sleep and live and still be able to do as much as she does?
You tell me, and I'll follow the the path. You know, some people have said this is a pretty bad movie, but I think it's not.
Oh, Will. This is coming on April 7th on Blu-ray in the UK only. Next title from them is FX and FX2 coming on Blu-ray in the UK on April 14th. This is going to have a bunch of new extras compared to the Kino release that came out in the last couple of years. So we'll have a 60-page perfect bound book with a bunch of new writing on it. New commentary by the one and only Mike White of the Projection Booth podcast.
What to say? Who's that guy? Mike White, everybody. What a good movie, by the way.
New commentary by Dan Martin as well. New interview with the makeup effects supervisor. New visual essay by Heather Wixon. And then on FX2, new commentary by Dan Martin. New visual essay by Heather Wixon on there. And then a new visual essay by Alexandra Heller-Nicholas.
Yeah, where does she find the time?
Or just the sheer number of thoughts.
That's a good point.
When I work on these, a lot of times I'm just like, I don't know.
FX, you said it was a good movie. Chris, tell us more about it.
Yeah, no, I enjoy it when it's like cops hire a like special effects artist to help them with like a crime. I haven't seen it in a really long time. I just remember really enjoying it. It's got Brian Dennehy in it, which, always, I'm a fan of his. It's 90s action, kind of gimmicky. It's fun. I mean, look at the box art. I mean, come on. That doesn't strike your fancy. That doesn't sound exciting. I've never seen the second one. And to be fair, it has Mike White on the commentary, so, not going to complain about that. But I am biased.
Next up from Arrow, April 28th in the UK, April 29th in the US, we are getting a V Cinema Essentials box set called Bullets and Betrayal. This is covering from 1989 to 94, and we get Crime Hunter, Stranger, Burning Dog, The Hitman, XX Beautiful Hunter, and these are supposed to be pretty great. Crime Hunter is one that I think I've seen years ago. Hardly remember them. Have either of you seen any of these? Will, I feel like you've maybe seen one or two.
As far as English translations of Japanese movie titles go, these are fairly restrained.
That's true.
No, I haven't seen any of these. The first I heard of it was when I think Sam Deegan announced that she had done some extras on these. Am I remembering correctly?
Yeah, I believe so. Let's take a look at the extras. Go ahead.
And that caused me to look at it, and I was like, what? I do not know this. So that's on my list.
So we got new intros to these films, new interviews on quite a bunch of them, new visual essay on Crime Hunter by Tom Mess, new intro on the second disc as well, some new interviews, new visual essay on Carlos by critic and Japanese expert Jonathan Clements. And then moving right along, because this is a many-disc release, we got more new intros, more work by Mark Schilling, new visual essay on Female Prisoner Scorpion Death Threat by Sam Deegan. There you go.
Dang.
New visual essay on Danger Point by James Belmont. New visual essay on The Hitman and its director Teruo Ishii by Frankie Balboa. New visual essay again from Patrick Macias. There's just so much on all of these. This is a damn good looking set.
Indeed.
Looks good. Next one. I feel like Chris might have more to say about this one. April 7th in the UK, April 8th in North America, we get a 4K and Blu-ray set of The Long Kiss Goodnight from 96. This is the Gina Davis, Samuel L. Jackson joint. There is a bunch of new extras on this. We got a new commentary by Walt Cha, which is going to be great. New commentary also by Drusilla Adeline and Joshua Kunkel from the Bloodhouse podcast, which is great. And then a second disc, bunch of new interviews, some visual essays. Again, Alexandra Heller-Nicholas, Howard S. Berger on one of them, and Josh Nelson. Howard also did some of the interviews for this set as well. How do you feel about The Long Kiss Goodnight, Chris?
Have never seen Samuel L. Davis's film.
It's a very wonderful movie.
Serial killer movie, yeah?
This one is... Yeah, for those that have never seen it, 8 years ago, Samantha Cain washed up on a beach pregnant with no memory. Now she's a school teacher living an idyllic small-town life with a daughter and boyfriend who love her. She's almost given up on ever finding out about the life she used to lead until an accident awakens hidden memories and her past comes back with all guns blazing. With the help of low-rent private eye Mitch Hennessy, Samantha must uncover who she was and why so many people want her dead before it kills them both.
Okay, not the serial killer movie. I was thinking of the spider. Wasn't there another one that's like...
Along Came a Spider.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Never seen this movie. Sounds good, though. It's Gina Davis. I mean, who doesn't love Gina Davis?
Yeah, this one's fun. Will, you seen this one?
I have not. When you were reading, my eyes kind of blurred, and I thought it said... Private Eye Mitch Hedberg. which I thought would have been a really interesting movie.
just one-liners during the whole investigation.
Some people say guns kill people, but I think it's death.
I used to be a beat cop. I still am, but I used to be too.
How long is this kiss goodnight going to be? Because I am tired.
Next up, April 29th, a 4K steelbook of Gandhi is coming out from Sony. This is being released from the Columbia Classics box set that it was stuck in. This will have Dolby Vision on this disc now. And looks like a good release for this one. I'm glad people can get it, and it's not super expensive, locked in the box.
So everybody's cool with Kingsley playing Gandhi?
Yeah, I was just about to say, are we still cool with that?
He gets the Scarface Al Pacino treatment. It's like, okay.
Isn't Ben Kingsley half Indian?
I don't know.
I saw this movie. I saw it in high school. Yeah,
I don't see people in that way.
Left half. I don't know. I saw this movie in high school.
Gandhi, baby, gone.
Oh man, is this where he first started playing the Mandarin?
Yeah, this was an MCU movie long before One Shot.
Yes, everybody in the Ben Kingsley is Indian.
See, that's what I said. Like I was, yeah.
Wasn't Ben born in India?
Yeah, I was going to say, Will Dodson. Looky here, white devil.
I prefer to be cautious. Okay.
I was the one who was cautious, not you.
All right, English mother and Indian father. All right, you can play Gandhi.
Next up, Cauldron in the next 3 months is going to be releasing Mad Foxes from 1981 on 4K and Blu-ray. Will, please tell me you've seen this one. No, you have not. This movie is freaking wild.
Been throwing a lot of stuff I hadn't seen before.
This had a European Blu-ray that was kind of hard to find for quite some time. This movie is insane. So glad this is getting a 4K release. People will love this movie. And the way they're saying this, this is the UHD debut, of course, featuring a new 4K restoration with Dolby Vision. And this is being shown as the uncensored negative, longest cut of this film released yet, which is interesting. And then loaded with extras, we had a commentary by Nani Cobretti and Merlin Roberts. And then we've got some other extras on here. We got an interview with the actor Jose Gra, Erwin and the Foxes, producer Erwin C. Dietrich, who worked a lot with Jess Franco. And some actors are on that one. Interview with the actor Eric Falk. Essay by Troy Howarth. And then this is coming in one of those rigid slip cases with nice artwork. Much more YouTube-friendly artwork than the old release. The old release is lots and lots of nudity. People are going to love this movie if you've never seen it.
Cool.
Never seen it.
Next one, because they are releasing 2, Cries and Shadows, The Return of the Exorcist from 1975. This is a Blu-ray and CD set, strictly limited to 2,000, and they say they do not plan on releasing a standard version of this. If you buy it now, you will also get this metal coin while supplies last. This is Exorcist exploitation, essentially. We got a bunch of interviews on here. We got a commentary by Troy Howarth and Eugenio Ercolani, and then this nice slipcase art. What was that, Will?
It was like demonic crypto or something.
Yeah, demonic crypto. Crypto?
Oh, nice. Literal crypto. Yeah, that should have been the joke. You got it. Good workshop.
Not seen this one. Love me some Exorcist exploitation films. Have you seen this one?
You know, I grew up churchless, but there's always something extra scary about trying to fend off a demon from hell with a cross, you know? Like, it just hits people, I think, in a primal place. Catholics got the monopoly on possession horror movies, honestly.
This is true.
So, score 1 for the Catholic Church.
I have to point out, it's really funny to see in the comments Anthony saying, release Gandhi 2, and then in response, Silent Mandible saying, Anthony, I don't know how to tell you this. That's pretty good. Going to the next one.
What?
Hey, Will be in here. He gets to talk about this one. You can now order Gwen and the Book of Sand from Deaf Crocodiles from 1985. This is a 4K and Blu-ray release in this deluxe edition. There's a new video interview with the director. We got a new visual essay by Will and myself. New commentary by Sam Deegan. We were just talking about her. This will have Dolby Vision, of course, authoring by Fidelity Emotion, new art by Beth Morris. And then if you get the deluxe edition, you also get a 60-page book with a couple essays, one by Walter Chaw, one by Jennifer Barker. Tell us about the essay, Mr. Will.
I got to tell you all, honestly, Ryan thought this movie was boring, but but it's so hypnotic. I've never seen, and I'm just kidding. Like when it is like if you go into it expecting some kind of like pacing that you're used to or animation style that you're used to, you'll be thrown, and you just kind of have to let this wash over you. And I don't think I've been so emotionally affected by a movie that we've worked on yet. And you know, I don't even really like cartoons. You know what I mean? Like this one.
I'm the animation one between the two of us.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I do, but like, it's not my, passion or whatever. But this just, there's nothing that can prepare you for it. It is, I mean, it has a story that's compelling. It's like a mythic kind of story, like, simple on its face, very straightforward story, but so complex in the themes. But the story is really incidental to the experience of just watching it. And when we did the visual essay, we really went into a number of directions that we haven't gone in before. This is the visual essay is pretty unique for us. Hopefully it's the first of many of its type.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Lots of animation coming from Deaf Crocodile this year, but I hope people check this out because it is a beautiful watch. Next one from Deaf Crocodile, because they are doing 2 this month, is Signals, A Space Adventure and In the Dust of Stars. This is 2 DIFA films. You might recognize that name because Eureka, actually, this week, also just announced that they're going to be doing some DIFA films in the coming year. You get a new commentary on this one by Stephen Arbisette and Dr. Mariana Ovanova from the DIFA Film Library. New visual essay by Evan Chester. And then, again, if you get the deluxe release, you get a new booklet with the essays from Rolf Giesen, Jennifer Barker, and Walt Chaw. But the cool thing is there are 4 different options for this deluxe edition. You have this option A, then this very different option B, and then this is option C. And then if you are a Deaf Crocodile subscriber, you are getting this exclusive option D. Love all 4 of these. The coloring is great. The style is fantastic. Hope people like it. Yeah. Next up, Stripes, just like Gandhi, getting a 4K steelbook on April 29th, released out of the Columbia Classics box.
Just like Stripes is just like Gandhi, really. At the end of the day, Stripes and Gandhi, one and the same, really.
Honestly, Bill Murray reminds me of Gandhi more than any actor I've ever seen.
Yes,
that checks out.
Stripes and Gandhi, a great double feature.
Razzle dazzle.
The big thing, if you had that Columbia Classics box set now, it has Dolby Vision on this, and that box set did not, so there might be a reason. Oh, wow. And now we've made it a thing. Thanks, everybody.
That needs to be on the box for both. Billy Murray, Otum Shank.
God.
I want you to engage in a hunger strike.
Yeah. Bill Murray is Indian, not half. He's full, 100%. You didn't know?
On my
Ryan, you'll never live this one down.
On my deathbed, I'll reach total consciousness. So I got that going for me.
Just like Gandhi. Just like Gandhi.
All right.
Again, the possession of Joel Delaney, just like Gandhi, is going to have a 4K
This one's just
release.
like Stripes.
Oh, okay. Has Bill Murray in it?
Let's get to some OCN announcements. First is
The possession of John Candy.
Oh, man. The Possession of Joel Delaney from 1972, 4K release from Vinegar Syndrome. This is newly scanned and restored in 4K. Commentary by the one and only Sam Deegan. Interview with the director on this one as well. Kelly Goodner talks about the adaptation from the book to the film, and then there's a 14-minute featurette on the locations of the film. I have not seen this one. I know this has had a couple releases before. Has either of you seen this?
No.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the commentary because I want to know, like, in the writing process, like, you know, we're going to have Satan plan to take over the body of Joel. It's like, who are you going after, Satan? I'm going after this Joel Delaney guy.
Oh, remember when Satan went after Charlie Daniels?
Yeah, I just feel Joel's a little weak morally. Going to go for him.
Chris is pointing out, if you have the Possession of Joel Delaney from Imprint, suggest you keep it. All of the extras are different. It has a great commentary by Lee Gambin.
Oh, that's great. That's some good info.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm really interested. That was included in the subscription, right? So,
yep.
Oh, all right.
Next up is Wings Hauser in The Carpenter from 1988. Here is this one. This one is newly scanned and restored in 2K. Commentary with the director David Wellington and writer Doug Taylor. There's also a commentary with William Morse and John Dixon of the Oscar Bait Film Collective and Podcast. There's a 33-minute making of on this featuring interviews with the cast and crew, and then an 8-minute interview with Wings Hauser himself.
So it goes.
Awesome. I like to every couple semesters make an entire class into Wings Hauser fans. This semester I plan on doing it with another Vinegar Syndrome release, Pale Blood.
Good movie.
One of my favorite, yeah. That's always a big hit when just, you know, kids these days, they don't know what like true charisma is like, what it means to eat, you know, a scene. And then they see him and they're like, holy shit.
Right.
This guy, you know, these, what do they call these new skinny dudes? The Timothy Chalamet types. There's like a word.
Do they have a name for them?
Yeah, no. There's a word their phrase they have for these new skinny boys, right? Like
BOIS?
No. It's I mean
BOYZ?
I mean twink, obviously, but
I was waiting for Chris to say twink.
no, we got several.
I'm more of a fan of. What about twunks?
All right, somebody can look it up. It's like
Twinks.
I would never expect KB to type twinks into my chat. I love
so
it.
many twinks in the chat, and believe
many twinks.
That's fulfilling a long standing dream of mine. Like,
I believe lady boys for you there, Dotson.
it's like, oh my goodness, well, whatever kind.
On the next episode of Disconnected or Reconnected, we go to Thailand with Dr. Dodson.
All right, I'm gonna look it up.
Ronnie is asking if it's Rat Boys.
Rat Boys.
Maybe.
It's me and the Rat Boys. Rat Boys ride again.
This got real.
We stray farther and farther every day from Christ loving light. All right, what's the next thing? What's the next thing on here?
Stivner says Wings Hauser looks like if Vince Vaughn and Sloth from the Goonies had a love child.
Nice. Noodle Boys.
Noodle Boys?
Yes.
Yikes.
All
right.
All right, go into the next one.
All right. Well, I was going to elaborate, but okay.
Feel free. Talk about your Noodle Boys.
Hollywood heartthrob Timothée Chalamet.
Timothée Chalamet. You rhymed for a reason there.
And oh, wow. No, it's sad. It gets into eating disorders very quickly. I'm just going to let it go.
Wow. Way to bring the mood down there.
Wait,
Jeremy, what the fuck? What a rat. Wait, no, I think these are different terms. Jeremy Allen White is a rat boy. Okay, so what does that mean? I know what rat fuck means, but I'm assuming that's a different thing. You ever heard the term rat fuck someone?
Not recently.
No, okay, no.
I never heard the term rat boys until. What have we digressed beyond?
No, I'm gonna put this to bed because I found the New York Times article from December 16th, 2024. Sinewy stars like Timothée Chalamet, Dominic Sessa, and Mark Eidelstein embody a slinky alternative image of white masculinity, and they're called the article is called "The Rise of the Noodle Boys." So it is, in fact,
slinky. All I can think of is
Noodle Boy.
All I can think of is the goddamn dog from Toy Story. Woody. That's all I can think of. Slinky. I don't need the word slinky used when describing a human being.
Maybe Zuckerberg was right, and we do need more masculine energy in here.
Let's finally get past the Noodle Boys and
well, it shouldn't be difficult.
Well, I guess you didn't hear the joke. We're getting past the Noodle Boys. White Cannibal Queen from 1980 is the next Vinegar Syndrome title. This is coming on Blu-ray. This is the slipcover here.
Wow.
Yes. Newly scanned and restored in 2K on this one. Commentary with Eugenio Ercolani and Troy Howarth. There's an interview with some of the actors. We got Stephen Thrower on this one for more than half an hour. Eugenio also has an interview for a little over half an hour here. And then, this one looks pretty interesting. This almost looks like one Will would have seen. Have you seen this one?
Well, Blue Underground put it out on DVD under the alternate title Cannibals. So this is a welcome upgrade. However, if, like me, you have this Blue Underground DVD of Cannibals, you will notice it has about a 15-minute interview with Jess Franco himself that is not included on White Cannibal Queen. So I have a dilemma. I mean, not really. I'm keeping it. But the dilemma now is one of shelf space.
And obviously didn't say that. This is directed by Jess Franco, so that's a big deal.
Oh, I thought that was understood.
Will, do you know the answer to this one? Planet Mondo, who is the artist behind all of the physical media advocate covers, wants to know, does White Cannibal Queen contain animal cruelty? Do you remember?
Not that I can recall from this edition that I've seen. However,
fair question, given it's a cannibal movie.
I mean, it could have inserts. Well, this says it's the uncut version, but who knows? I don't recall it having animal cruelty, but I can't guarantee any cannibal, jungle cannibal movie may have it. So I'm sorry I can't answer that definitively. I just don't know.
The hard part, I went to doesthedogdie.com as I sometimes do, and
I was going to ask.
This has no information listed for it. So,
okay,
somebody needs to update that as soon as this comes in. Next up, let's go to the VSL line, which the first title this month is from Juan Lopez Moctezuma, The Mansion of Madness. This is coming on Blu-ray this month from the VSL line. This was previously released on DVD from Mondo Macabro. This is from the same director as Alucarda, which I adore. This one is newly scanned and restored in 4K, presented in both the English and Spanish language dubs. We got a commentary with Francisco Paredo. We got an interview with some actresses, production designers. Lots coming on this. Feature-length doc from 2011 on the director. Glad this is getting an upgrade. Anything? Oh, Alucarda. I see it.
Yeah. I saw some people on Blu-ray.com complaining about the artwork not being the original poster or whatever. And I got to say, these new editions that are oversized make shelving them difficult.
I would agree.
cinematograph editions and some of the regular VSs, like the Tenet is too big to be on a. So I don't know. I think it's cool. I mean, I'm always interested in new artwork and new adaptations. God damn it, dog. Nobody can give this dog his medication. I have to do it. So I'm going to go give the dog tranquilizers here in a second.
Have fun, Will.
I realize nobody knows what I'm talking about because the camera is just on my face, but my lovely rescue bully, there he is, Balthazar, is like, please,
so cute.
Please give me some gabapentin. And and if you don't, I will eat your shoes. So
is this where Chris starts singing Yo Gabapentin?
That's like that's the adult version.
Travis is saying Mansion of Madness is currently on Prime and Shudder, so check it out before you buy if you'd like. Next up, this is, speaking of Cinematograph, we got 2 titles from them this month. This first one, Blu-ray, is Female Perversions from 1996. This is a title that I know a lot of people have been after for quite some time. Looks like a pretty incredible release for this. We got a new commentary by Alexandra Heller-Nicholas. It's crazy. We are like less than 20 announcements into this, and I've already said her name like 5 times. New video interview.
She's on a lot of these, man.
Right.
Jeez.
New interview with the director, Susan Streitfeld. New video interview with the co-writer, Julie Habert. New video interview with cinematographer, with one of the actresses. A new video conference with some actresses, and then new text essays by Kate Hagen, Philippe Snow, and Madeline Sutton. Lots coming on this. This is one that I had to have. I've never seen this. Have you seen this, Chris?
No, and I'm not going to say I haven't seen most of the things we talk about, but a lot of the things I haven't seen.
Right.
But it sounds good. That's the thing. Like, most of the things sound interesting. Like, that's what I realize every time I come on here. I'm just like, I just wish I had more time in the day.
Same.
Right? It's like I never have enough time in the day for anything is what it feels like. Like, let alone something I want to do. Like, come on.
Well, one of these that you may have seen, and the next one is Joy of Sex from 1984. This one's also coming out from Cinematograph. We got a new commentary with Elizabeth Purcell and Katie Reif on this one. New video interview with the director, Martha Coolidge, which I'm actually really interested to see this interview because I believe for a while she completely wrote this off. So love to see what she says looking back on it now. And this movie's got a hell of a cast. Cameron Diaz in this, Colleen Camp, Ernie Hudson, Christopher Lloyd. Can't wait for this one. Some more video interviews and then a new visual essay profile of Martha Coolidge by Alexandra Heller-Nicholas.
Every time.
New text essays by Kristen Lopez, Stephanie Monahan, and then one of my favorites, Mariah Gates, writing on this one. Mariah's amazing. Just put out an incredible book. Everybody should look that up. It is so good. Actually talked about that in The Advocate that is going to be shipping in February at some point whenever Amazon approves it. Been waiting freaking days for this thing at this point. Check it out. All of this sounds fantastic. Have you seen Joy of Sex?
Me?
Do I even watch movies, really, is what it seems like?
True. That's true.
Yeah, I don't even know anymore. Like, do I watch movies? I don't know. I haven't seen... I mean, again, it's just like added to the list of things to watch. Which is what I feel like everything feels like now. Like, let me just add something else. Like, watching those movies I watched today, at your suggestion, like, I could have watched anything else. I watched those. Like, all right, like, can't win.
No, this is a new, this is a Coolidge movie that I've been wanting to see, never have, so pretty cool.
All right, then, going to our next one, which is the merch. There is a Tammy and the T-Rex shirt. This is also available in youth sizes, which I think is hilarious.
Hell yeah.
New Cinematograph shirts, and then a Cinematograph tote bag, and then the vinyl soundtrack for the film Thunder was put out by Decalog this month as well. Check those out.
Tammy and the T-Rex is a good one.
It's a fun movie.
Yeah. The version, the actual version, yes.
Right. The violent version.
Yes, not the fake version, not the version for all audiences.
All right, next up is 444, Last Day on Earth by Mr. Abel Ferrara, starring Willem Dafoe and some others. Will, have you seen this one?
Oh, this is a success 444. Wait for it. Yeah, no, this is a really interesting movie. I mean, Willem Dafoe is great, as he is in pretty much everything. And, you know, if you love Abel Ferrara, you're going to find this to be fascinating, frustrating, philosophically interesting, and somehow sophomoric at the same time.
Yeah.
I had an old Blu-ray and immediately upgraded. I'm assuming it's going to look better. Maybe not, but it's got new extras, and I like the film. So
lots of new extras. New audio commentary with friends of the show, Chris O'Neill and Bill Ackerman. New interview with Abel Ferrara, and then a new visual essay by Alexandra Heller Nicholas.
Okay, so we should propose
Drinking game.
We're not trying to kill everybody.
I think at this point it would be justifiable to fund a documentary called "The Supplementals of Alexandra Heller Nicholas," and it can be like the A story can be like people talking about the quality of her work and everything, and the B story can be following her around as she works on 10 to 12 written
Visual essays every day.
Once. Yeah.
And good for her. Good for her, because where does she find the time?
Well,
I thought Mike White was the hardest working person in the industry. I thought Ryan Verrill was, but I'm beginning to think I had saddled up to the wrong folks.
She describes herself often as a recovered academic or an academic in recovery. And whenever I hear her say that, I think to myself, the liberation, like to have escaped the restrictions. I mean, there's benefits as well, but I would imagine she's got much better time management skills than the rest of us.
Definitely more than me, that's for sure.
Colton says we should call it "How the Hell Does Alexandra Heller Nicholas a Portrait?"
Yeah, I like that title.
I mean, isn't there that movie that has Sarah Jessica Parker in it called "How Does She Do It"? I mean, there you go. It's literally, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I feel like I have not enough time in the world, and we haven't, like, we've had one release here that doesn't have her on it, like literally one, if that maybe, like, good for her.
I feel like doing that 40-year-old virgin routine. You know how I know you're gay? You know every Sarah Jessica Parker movie.
I only know that she doesn't have a lot, to be fair.
Hey, and you know what?
She wasn't as prolific as I hoped she would be.
Huge fan of Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Right here.
We did not say this was being put out by IFC Films, so check that out this month if you'd like. Next one is from Factory 25. This is Amateur on Plastic from 2020. This is a doc about Butch Willis. There's some interview outtakes here, some live performances. There's a 32-page booklet with writing by other people, not Alexander Heller Nicholas.
Wow. This is a shocking turn of events.
It's because she's a professional.
Let's go to the next one.
Wait. I got another joke.
Okay.
He's an amateur, recorded on plastic. Fuck you. Some pig's joke. Yeah.
Whoa. Such hostility.
I was just trying to let it sit there. IFC also putting out Autoerotic from 2011. Here is the slipcover art on this. This is a Joe Swanberg and Adam Wingard film with Amy Seimetz. We've got Ty West is also in this. This is one of those very important mumblecore movies that lots of people have been wanting. New audio commentary by Joe Swanberg and Adam Wingard on this. A 2008 short film by Joe and Kent Osborne. Booklet with new essay by Whitney Strub. Mumblecore. Chris, have you watched many Mumblecore films?
Is that like the Duplass Brothers stuff?
Some of the earlier stuff, yeah.
Like Creep? Does that count? Does that
I would
count?
call it great
He
mumblecore.
moved on, but now this is more like gurgle core, though.
I've clearly not, and the world we could have gone without.
What, you don't want to picture it?
Not as much as I think you want me to.
More accurate statements cannot be made. Next up is VHS Hitfest, putting out Deadly Obsession, the films of Bill Reeves from 1987 to 2011. Lots of stuff on this one. Bill is the self-proclaimed Ed Wood of VHS, and VHS Hitfest is saying that is underselling his greatness. This has new transfers from the original master tapes, bonus documentaries, Trail of Tear, Ghost and Angel stories from around the world, ghost stories from Indonesia, an audio commentary with Bill Reeves on all of the movies, every single one, and an interview with Bill as well. There's a lot of stuff in this. There's almost 600 minutes of combined footage between all these films.
That's wild.
I love that some of these like no-name creators are getting huge releases that are retrospective of all of their titles. That's such a cool thing to do.
No, I agree.
Stuff that you can't see anywhere else. Love it. Next one, In Flames, is coming out from Yellow Veil this month, and this says, after the death of the family patriarch, a mother and daughter's precarious existence is ripped apart by figures from their past. They must find strength in each other if they are to survive the malevolent forces that threaten to engulf them. This has a commentary with the director and editor and the DP, commentary with the director and the composer, some interviews, behind-the-scenes footage, discussions, panel discussions, even a short film coming on this one. Pretty stacked release for Yellow Veil, who's one of my more preferred partner labels. Any thoughts, anybody?
Follow your lead on this one.
Haven't seen it. Looks interesting. Don't know.
Simner says this cover looks like Reanimator font a little bit. A little bit. Next up is Her Body. This is coming from Film Movement this month. This is from 2023. Professional Czech high diver Andrea Absolonova's, hopefully that was close, Olympic dreams are shattered when she suffers a devastating injury while training. Forced to leave the sport she loves, Andrea follows a photographer friend of hers into the world of nude modeling, ultimately reinventing herself as adult actress Leah DeMay and performing in over 80 porn films. Based on the tragic true story, Her Body chronicles Absolonova's journey as she navigates the seductive undercurrents of fame and desire in her quest for self-liberation in this powerful portrait of resilience. This also has a music video, and that's it.
AKA Holy Diver.
That was pretty good.
Had to recover from that last one. So I have a question about this because this is also advertised on Melusine.
It is.
Is this an adult title, or is this a softcore, or just a title that has a lot of erotic content? I don't know.
I've not been able to get confirmation, and I will say, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, our dear friend Alex this last weekend was really trying to research that answer. We could not determine if this is a hardcore film. From what I'm guessing, this at least probably has full frontal and probably even some more.
Well, I mean, yeah, but... and I mean... it doesn't matter as long as it's a good movie.
Jesus.
Wow. Jeez. Boy, I tell you, we've had quite a cultural shift over the last couple of weeks, have we not?
Sibner's going all for it now. All right, going to our next one.
It's a pretty good one, actually.
It was pretty good. Film Movement also doing... I apologize in advance. Mapansula from
That's
1988. Right. I'm glad that was pretty close. During demonstrations in apartheid-era South Africa, the police arrest panic a Mapansala or petty gangster, I almost said pretty gangster, while rounding up activists. His interrogation reveals the motivation for his involvement in the township riots. Once only concerned with partying, alcohol, and his own interests, Panic finds himself being irreversibly pulled onto the fray. Now he's forced to choose between his personal freedom and taking a stand in the fight against the oppressive apartheid government. This has a commentary by the director, some archival interviews. But I agree with Will. This seems like I believe your exact comment was, this seems like some historical shit I should own.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if you don't get this, you're part of the problem. You know, you know what I mean? Like, no, I've only ever read about this movie. I'm really, I was so surprised to see it. Like, it didn't occur to me that we get a chance to actually watch it. So, yeah, this was like immediate.
Yeah, this looks great.
This one's on the way at the end of the month, I guess.
Next up is Film Movement putting out Two Faces of Tai Kato from 1966 and 68. You get I, the Executioner, and By a Man's Face, Shall You Know Him? These are going to include a visual essay by Patrick Macias on I, the Executioner, Kenta Fukasaku on I, the Executioner as well, another visual essay on our first film, which is By a Man's Face, Shall You Know Him? And Kenta Fukasaku speaks on that as well. There's a tribute to Sanai Nakahara. Film Movement putting out some incredible movies this month.
That sounds like one of those like fake guru sayings, you know, that sounds wise, but it's not really.
Oh, like, By a Man's Face, Shall You Know Him?
Yeah, how shall I know him, master? By his face, you shall know him.
This is gonna be good.
I'm super stoked about this one.
Yep. Another big deal, Film Movement again. Viva l'Amour from 1994. This is Simon Lang, the guy that did Rebels of the Neon God, Goodbye Dragon Inn, a bunch of slow cinema titles. This is, as far as I'm aware, the exact same release that Film Movement did before, just now has a beautiful slipcover. Love the art on this. Looks very nice. You also get a 16-page booklet with a new essay by Nick Pinkerton. I'm not sure if that was in the original release. It probably was. Yeah.
I like the artwork.
I've already got the earlier edition. So, but yeah, the slip is nice.
Sure is. What a juxtaposition from that last title. Enjoy the Ride, putting out Here Comes the New Challenger Championship Edition from 2023. This is detailing the origin of Street Fighter II and how it impacted the arcades and the lives of kids worldwide. Lots of extras on this, including audio commentaries, featurettes, and more. Very similar to the rest of the Enjoy the Ride fair they've been focusing on lately.
No, thanks.
I'd watch it.
You say no thanks, and Chris says, sure, I'm in.
Oh, yeah, why wouldn't? It's Street Fighter. I don't understand what the problem is.
Street Fighter 2, let's be.
Okay, even better.
The better one?
The better one, yeah, I was about to say. It's not Super Street Fighter, fair, but it is Street Fighter.
This is true. Next, Canadian International putting out Hookers on Davy from 1984. This is a 4K release celebrating its 40th anniversary special edition. Here is the front and back of the slipcover on this one. And this says, at the height of the 80s, following their breakthrough documentary P4W Prison for Women, filmmakers Janice Cole and Holly Dale turned their lens on Vancouver's Davie Street neighborhood, a bustling neon-soaked hub for both trans and cisgender sex workers, informally known as the prostitution capital of Canada. The result was Hookers on Davie, a landmark document combining candid interviews with a group of instantly memorable subjects and vivid location footage of their street work, surreptitiously captured with hidden cameras. An indelible community portrait, the film culminates in the group's collective efforts to challenge and overcome legislative oppression. And once again, the amount of extras on this disc alone is wild. Multiple new commentaries.
Usually you'd expect to pay a lot more than that.
Oh,
Yes.
Jeez. Where did you find this guy, you know? Where did this East Coast elite come from, huh?
All right. Keep going.
We'll say this release is stacked. Is that better?
Jesus.
Multiple commentaries. New intro by
Do you,
Cole.
do you, good God. I'm going to have to go.
I think Brian was more offensive.
Yeah, that's true. Right? Well, he's allowed to be offensive. It's his show.
Multiple interviews on here. This looks great. There's tributes on here, archival conversations, lots going on. I believe there's even more than's listed here because there were so many. Go check them out on the website. CIP does great restoration work, great work on their discs. I am sure this is going to be an absolutely incredible release. Cannot wait to own this one. This was a must.
I gotta say, I was looking at the trailer and I was thinking to myself at the beginning, like, and I'm gonna be serious for like 2 seconds. Like, I don't know if I'm comfortable watching this. Is this exploitive? And like, because these are real people. This isn't make believe. The footage looks so cool, and the characters, the individual people just had so much going on. And then I was like, is this the kind of thing I could watch more than once? And by the end of the trailer, I was like, yeah, probably. So.
Boy, that was
Thanks, Will. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Whip it out, big boy.
Next up, Utopia putting out Not an Artist from 2021. Here is the slipcover. An exclusive artist in residency program overseen by an enigmatic patron played by RZA. Artists in turmoil face a make-or-break ultimatum, unlock their full creative potential, or abandon art forever. Yet, the unexpected intrusion of an outsider, played by Matt Walsh, jeopardizes the program's delicate balance. This sounds interesting. Also has Haley Joel Osment in this one, and Robert Schwartzman. We got a behind-the-scenes stills gallery trailer, some exclusive interviews. Not an Artist.
I watched the trailer for this one, and I can't decide if it's mildly amusing or just extremely self-indulgent. I'm interested in seeing this, but I'm going to have to try to find a streaming first. I don't know if I want to shell out.
I got the exact same feeling on this one.
I like to pay for art.
Same. Next up, one that very excitedly...
Speaking of art. Speaking of paying for art, holy shit.
I don't know if I should finish my sentence because I was going to say excited me very much. Cartoona putting out Nova Seed from 2017. This is that release. This says, it is an age of men and beasts. Centuries of war have left nothing but a dying planet to conquer. Habitable lands have become scarce and toxic wastelands stretched to the edge of the world. Hidden beneath this desolation lives the Mad Dr. Mindskull. Originally created to be the first super being, he was split in two when fears arose, dividing his superior strength from his superior mind. As a result, two beings were created, one with abnormal super strength, but the brain of a child, and the other a super genius, but with a weak and frail body. Although the physical strength could be contained, a mind so powerful could not, and Dr. Mindskull became an uncontrollable danger, capable of anything imaginable, and even things once thought impossible. Now plotting against the human race, he has created the ultimate weapon. Using the planet's core essence of life and creation, he wields the power of death and total annihilation. This sounds great. Director's commentary on this with storyboards, a couple trailers, and then the art of Nova Seed in a booklet. I love animation. Obviously, we talked about that already, and this sounds incredible.
Sounds great, and it looks great.
Yeah.
Sounds like Thundar the Barbarian meets like Master Blaster.
Okay, I'm in.
I was going to say, I don't see what the problem with that is.
No, it was just, that's not a, I love Thundar the Barbarian. Ariel, Ookla, Ride.
Cartoon has been doing some great stuff so far.
Yeah.
The only thing I'll point out, I know a lot of people don't love when the releases aren't super long. This features only 64 minutes, which I get that, but I mean, this sounds incredible, and I love me some animation.
Same.
Drawing's hard.
Next up, Rot is coming from Saturn's Core. This is from 1999. This is done by the one and only Marcus Cook. This is the third SOV feature and from him. And this has Joel D. Wynkoop in this. You will recognize from many, many other SOV indie horror type films, especially from the late 90s, early 2000s. This is going to have a cast commentary on this, audio commentary with multiple people, including Marcus and Joel. There's also a bonus film on here, as is commonly done by Saturn's Core. You got a full movie here called Lunch Meat, 1992 release. This is Marcus Cook's suburban teenage metalhead splatter epic with optional director's commentary, and then an early short film from Marcus from 1989 with commentary as well. Again, fully loaded discs. This is a crazy looking release, and I love the artwork on this front of this slip.
Art's wild.
Yeah.
Yes, have some.
Cannot wait for this to be released. Next up is Scarred Hearts and Uppercase Print from Big World Pictures. These are a double feature release from 2016 and 2020. Great art on this one as well. This is going to include some trailers and some short films, and the owner of Big World Picks commented to say, these two recent shorts are unmissable, but only available on these Blu-ray discs at the moment. So check them out.
Yeah,
Big World Picks, I feel like they get overlooked quite a bit.
I've got pretty much everything they've put out. I mean, they hit the film cultures that nobody else does. You know, Georgian films, Romanian films. I'm so far. I've yet to be disappointed. Everything I've seen from Big World has at least been worth watching. So.
I would agree with that. And then the art on this one, I want to point out, is also done by Elizabeth Yu, who did the Arrow Alley artwork in the Physical Media Advocate. So check her out.
Oh, cool.
She is on Instagram and does some really great work. The next one is The Strings from 2020. This is a Shudder release. I don't think I'd ever heard of this movie. And there was all kinds of people just shitting all over this film. And then some other people saying, oh, finally, we're getting this film. Like, it's weirdly divisive. You got a commentary track on this one with a bunch of people involved, some interview featurettes, behind-the-scenes photo montage, extended musical performance scene, which is interesting, and then a booklet with new writing by Mary Beth McAndrews. I had never seen this one. This almost feels like one you would have watched, Chris. Have you seen this?
I have not. Looks I like the album art. I mean, the slip cover.
Yeah.
Again, like all the slip covers look so cool. It just makes you want to watch everything, which is a big problem.
It is a big problem, especially when they cost $24.
I know, right?
All right. That is The Strings. Moving right along. Thunder, we mentioned this earlier. This is coming from Decanalog. Also has the soundtrack on vinyl available. This is from 2022. And this is supposed to be pretty damn amazing. This is a Region A lock Blu-ray. It has a newly filmed interview with Carmen Jacquier, the director. Early short films of the director as well, 3 of them. Booklet interviews with the filmmaker and the cinematographer and the composer. This one sounds pretty damn good. And once again, I shout out to Decanalog. I'm always shocked with the variety of titles that they get. They've done some really just off the wall things. I mean, we got that random the 3D film of the planes going down where you had the reenactment of the black boxes, stuff like this. They did the Argento film. Yeah, they've done so much. Not the male Argento. I said that way on purpose. His daughter. that questioning look, I knew it was coming.
I thought that was Decanalog?
I believe so, yeah.
Are you sure? You're talking about Scarlet Diva?
Yeah, I believe that was Decanalog. I may be wrong.
I'm opening a tab, buddy.
Please open a tab. I'll take the moment to say, reminder to everybody that there were no new Melusine titles yet because they're doing their Valentine's Day sale. That will be from February 14th to 16th. And during that time, we're going to get 2 new releases from Peakorama, one from Quality X. There will be 50% off on all of the titles released prior to November of 2024. Brand new selection of merch coming, and then you can add to your existing Vinegar Syndrome or Melusine orders as well. Oh, Scarlet Diva's film movement.
Okay, somebody beat me to it.
Wasn't she in one of the titles that the catalog did then?
Nope.
Okay, I'll keep looking.
But if somebody wanted to release Bee Monkey or Boarding Gate, the Olivier Assayas film, that'd be great. Those are 2 really good Asia Argento performances.
I was right, damn it. I was thinking of the other movie. They did The Heart is Deceitful Above All Things.
You sure?
Yep.
That was the catalog?
That was the catalog. And that's directed by Ozia and starring Ozia. So that's what I meant.
So is Scarlet Diva, too.
Well, I'm just saying that was the Argento film I was referring to.
You're right. That's the catalog.
That's the one I was thinking of.
That's why you're the host.
Let's get into one that Chris knows.
I was going to say, I know this one. You don't have to ask me if I know this one. I know this one.
Foul Play coming on 4K and Blu-ray from Kino on April 22nd. This is the Goldie Hawn Chevy Chase starring movie. We got a new audio commentary by Brian Reisman and Max Every on here. And tell us about Foul Play, Chris.
Good movie. I mean, I like Chevy Chase, Goldie Hawn. They're both great. I don't know. I recently, I saw it last year for the first time. I'm a huge Chevy Chase fan. Fletch is one of my favorite movies, so it's not much of a stretch for me. But I had never seen it before, and it's a lot of fun. Chevy Chase and Goldie Hawn are great together. They really are. So, what's that face for, Dr. Dodson?
Oh, I was trying to read the small print. So you're Chevy. So you're like a Chevy Chase super fan.
No, but I do a Chevy Chase podcast with some of the other Weirding Way Media folks talking about his like vehicle movies from about Foul Play until I don't remember exactly where we're stopping, but sometime I want to think either right around Nothing But Trouble or right around that. So I'm a fan of Chevy Chase. I wouldn't say I'm like a super fan.
You're cutting off before Cops and Robertsons?
No, I think we are watching that one. That's the one with Jack Palance, right?
Yeah. I think Memoirs of an Invisible Man is underrated.
I haven't seen it in a very long time. I mean, John Carpenter.
Yeah.
And Chevy Chase, what a weird combination that is.
Yeah, I don't think they necessarily jibed.
I would agree. I would agree with that sentiment 100%. I love Chevy Chase, so this is a pickup for me. I mean, and I like this movie. And yet, to someone's point in the chat, this is Chevy Chase's first movie. Him and Goldie Hawn have such great chemistry. Like, they really do together. It's kind of a shame they weren't in more things. They're in, 2 movies together, and it should have been, 3 or 4 or 5 at least. They're great. They're great together.
I feel like Goldie Hawn could have chemistry with Adore. She's always just really great with whoever she's on.
That's true, but I mean, her and Chevy Chase. I mean, Chevy Chase. There's like Chevy Chase is great until he's not, and then when he's not, he's like really not. So this is like still primo Chevy Chase.
What's so funny, Will?
I'm just.
He's picturing the Goldie Hawn and Door starring film.
Yeah. Door 4 Overboard.
Let's go to our next title. Another big one, Career Opportunities from 1991, getting a 4K release from Kino on April 22nd. This has a lot on here. 2 different audio commentaries. And then on the Blu-ray disc, you also got some interviews and featurettes. John Hughes. I know a lot of people are up or down on him. Jennifer Connelly, though, that's the show stealer here.
She's great.
You guys.
Jennifer Connelly's great.
In pretty much everything.
Ever seen The Rocketeer?
Yeah.
It's a great movie. She's great in it.
All right.
All right.
Yeah. All right. All right.
I feel like Frank Whaley, is that his name? Is it Whaley? Frank Whaley?
Frank Whaley, yeah.
I feel like there was a push to make him a star and it just never happened.
I love that as you're saying that, Stan says, whatever happened to Frank Whaley?
Yeah.
I don't know whatever happened. Did him and John Cryer just like absorb into one another?
I think this was his career opportunity and it didn't work out.
Ryan Gallen in the chat is saying, any new extras on the 4K? There are not any new extras, although what's weird, I believe they licensed extras on the 4K that they couldn't get on the Blu-ray. So even if you got the Blu-ray a couple of years ago, if you love this movie, you may want to pick this up because this is now going to be like a truly definitive release of this film, probably.
Vacancy, the Luke Wilson, what's her name?
Kate Beckinsale?
Yeah, that Vacancy?
Was that Vacancy or was that No Vacancy?
No, just Vacancy.
It's Vacancy.
I didn't know he was in that. I have to look at. Oh yeah, he was in Pulp Fiction. Well,
It
how
was
about
him in Vacancy. Wow.
how about that?
He was the desk guy.
Okay, well maybe his career did pan out.
Up next was an announcement from Kino, coming soon on Blu-ray, The Man Who Reclaimed His Head from 1934, starring Claude Rains and Joan Bennett. I have not seen this one. This feels like a wheel jam. Have you seen this one?
Oh no, that's a definite. Like, I could not have been more happy to see a movie I had not heard of before. This looks like you're right. That is exactly up my alley.
Yes. Yeah, this poster looks great. In the chat, I love this comment. Paul says, "Love this poster. He looks so sad." And what?
It's really phase 3. It's phase 3. Go to phase 3. Phase 3 is that's the sad face. True sad face.
None of them are good.
Well, he's only happy when it rains.
Wow.
I was about to say somebody rains on his parade. Next one, Borderline, coming on April 22nd on Blu-ray from Kino. This is a 1930 European art film that will have an audio commentary by Anthony Slide. Paul Robeson in this one. Once again, never heard of this one, but this looks pretty damn great.
Yeah, it does. That's a really exciting one. It is in the Criterion box set, Portraits of the Artist, that Paul Robeson, which is still only available on DVD, if it's still in print. And I've been wondering for a while, like the Criterion Paul Robeson box set seems like something that they would want to upgrade at least to Blu-ray soon. So this is the first individual title that I've seen coming out. Well, I think Body and Soul is available in like the Pioneers of African American Cinema set in Blu-ray, and maybe a couple other things. But so I'm wondering what'll happen. But yeah, this is really cool. It's a cool movie, and obviously historically important for all kinds of reasons, the both social and technical. So
The DVD box set still available on Criterion, it looks like.
yeah. No.
Next up, August 5th, there is going to be an Amazon exclusive 4K steelbook from Shout and G-Kids of Wolf Children from 2012. This is an anime film that's listed as a heart-wrenching modern fairy tale. This is supposed to be one of the more beautiful-looking animes from the last 20 years. Very curious about this one. You've seen this one, Will?
It's beautiful. I believe it or not, I used to teach a course on the history of anime. I haven't taught it in many years, but I always included Wolf Children on the syllabus. It's exactly as described. Heartbreaking, beautiful, obscure, right? Really ambiguous.
Yeah.
In the storylines. It's great.
Sounds good to me. Next up, coming soon. Film noir, The Dark Side of Cinema 26 coming from Kino.
Jeez Louise.
26 of these.
26.
And all of them have 3 films, except for the first one that has 5.
Keep going.
So there are now 80 films in this series being released.
Jeez
That's great.
Louise.
It's great because it's all
good for them.
it's all these movies that would never get released otherwise. Although I think it's interesting they mention in a note that The Great Gatsby will get a standalone, but the rest of these, I think it's smart. It's economical for blind. Like almost all of these are blind buys, and to get them in 3-packs is totally worth it. There's a early Anthony Mann movie in this one. Which one? Dr. Broadway, which by the way is my drag name.
Wow.
Now this is definite. Anytime these film noir box sets go on sale, I always get 2 or 3 of them. I've got like 10 so far.
Excellent. Yeah, this one has Dr. Broadway from 42, Smooth as Silk from 46, and The Great Gatsby from 49, starring Alan Ladd. Yeah, just another solid noir box set from them.
We should say, real quick before we go on to the next thing, Silent Mandible asks, is Gatsby really a noir? And no. In fact, and that's one of the beautiful things about these sets. A lot of the movies in these Dark Side of Cinema series would not by like film critics be considered noir, but they fit. They got a vibe, They're darker in theme, and that's and to shoehorn them into this series, like it sounds like I'm criticizing Kino, but I'm not. I think it's good because it gives them a chance to be seen. Because what are you going to do otherwise? Say a gritty thriller, you know what I mean? Like people are going to check out film noir sets just because they're film noir, and they're going to find stuff that, okay, maybe doesn't fit their like double indemnity definition, but is an interesting film, is dark, and yeah, just has that feel about it.
Yep. That is true. All right. Next one is a pretty big piece of news. This has been speculated quite a bit, but over the weekend, a 7-film 4K and Blu-ray collection appeared for pre-order over on Zavvi. This is of the Nightmare on Elm Street collection of the first 7 films. This is showing currently as a steelbook collection, so it'll be individual steelbooks of the first 7 films, all housed in a giant steel box like those Lord of the Rings, Rambo, the Batman collection, the Avengers, like stuff like that has got those releases. I will say I'm very happy that these are supposedly getting new restorations on the first 7 films. I'm excited about that. This is about to be a very expensive release for the studios that put this out. This will be a Warner thing. These steelbooks damage when you look at them the wrong way. And there are people buying this all over the world. This is currently listed at $280, something like that, shipped. And I can't imagine how many times they're going to get requests for returns. If anything on this is not perfect, these horror fans are going to go absolutely batshit crazy on the email inbox of Zavvi. They are about to, I hate to say it, lose a ton of money doing it this way. They really should, at the exact same time, announce a standard edition and really only make it so that the die-hard steelbook collectors are buying that set. Because a standard for this would be great. I would love that.
Are the steelbooks really that bad?
Steelbooks themselves aren't that bad. I mean, I've got a steelbook right here. So when you're talking about these sets, each one of these will have a steelbook like this housed into like a foam-lined box.
What movie is that, Ryan?
Snowpiercer on 4K.
Ah, Snowpiercer, huh?
Just preparing. So each one of those will be in this foam-lined box, and on the outside, it is a steel case holding this foam insert. And usually you've got like this, it's not cardboard. It's like a thin, like card stock J card around it. And quite often it will get dented under that J card. So you get this thing in and you're like, oh, it looks perfect. And then you take off the wrap and there's a giant dent under the J card or something that you couldn't have possibly seen. Or you'll open it up and your individual steelbooks on the inside are dented or sliced from the factory, which is crazy.
Jeez Louise. Okay. All right. Not great.
How do we feel about the first 7 Nightmare films getting 4Ks there, Will? I know you're a Craven boy.
Why do you say first 7? Are there others?
I mean, Freddy versus Jason is technically one.
That's a Friday the 13th movie.
You know what I laughed about is the number of people that in response to this said, if this included Freddy versus Jason in the remake, I would buy it in a heartbeat. You've been shitting on the remake for the last 12 years. Why are you?
Really? That would make me less interested.
I didn't think anybody cared about the remake.
Yeah, I haven't seen the remake, so I can't speak to that. But, you know, for many years, I was like, I love the odd-numbered films in the Nightmare series, but I've come to love the even numbers as well. I even enjoy Freddy's Dead. I think Rachel Talali had some funny stuff in there. Not all of it worked, but I thought it was pretty cool. I don't think I'm interested in a $260 steelbook set, but I definitely want 4K upgrades of all the films. So
same.
I also definitely want Freddy's Nightmare complete series, which Tobe Hooper directed the pilot of.
Yes. The hard part here, 7 films in 4K, it's going to be expensive no matter what.
Yeah.
I was not really trying to say like $260 for this is overpriced, because that's kind of pretty on point nowadays with modern pricing. It's not real terrible, but I can't justify that much money. I mean, that's the hard part. I do want them for sure.
I mean, you can't be a collector and not have the Nightmare on Elm Street series.
I mean, yes, but I don't need a 4K steelbook collection. Just give me a standard and I'll be happy.
4Ks.
Oh, yeah, definitely. With how bad the Blu-rays look for these, please give me the 4Ks.
Yeah.
All right. Raro Video putting out their first UHD title on April 29th. This is, of course, coming through their Kino Lorber distribution, and it's of Lena Wertmüller's Swept Away from 1974. Audio commentary by Sam Deegan on the 4K disc, and an archival commentary as well. And then we got an interview with Amy Heckerling on the Blu-ray of this.
Nice.
Yeah, this is one of her best movies. Lena Wertmüller is amazing. Swept Away is beautiful. Stay away from the guy, what's his name? Madonna's husband?
Yes.
You all like him. You like his films. You think he's a good filmmaker. He can't hold a camera still to save his life.
God, why can I not think of his name? And how has nobody commented in the chat yet?
He did Snatch.
Guy Ritchie?
Guy Ritchie, that's it.
That piece of shit. I'm speaking of him as a human being, not as a filmmaker.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, I'm speaking of him as a filmmaker. I don't know him as a human being. He might be a nice guy. No, I hate all of his movies. But I love Lena Wertmüller, and I love all of her movies. I think Swept Away might be my second favorite of her films behind The Seduction of Mimi. It's just great. It's beautiful.
All right. Next up, Blu-ray coming from Paramount on February 18th of September 5 from 2024. This is starring John McGarl and Peter Sarsgaard. Have not seen this one, but I'm real happy with the fact that this has a bunch of extras on this. talking about the ethical and journalistic dilemmas faced the night of this true story. Some interesting stuff on broadcasting, which I'm fascinated with, some Q&As. Have not seen the film, but interested in checking this release out.
Well, I got some pushback on the Guy Ritchie thing.
You sure did.
He's a little ADHD for me, I guess.
Maybe that's why I like him.
Yeah, he's the kind of filmmaker you'll like if you don't pay attention to it. I haven't seen September the 5th. That looks kind of interesting.
Yeah. Next up, Second Run over in the UK putting out a Blu-ray of the Barnabas case from 1964. This is coming on March 17th, and this is supposed to be really great. It says Barnabas Koss, an untalented triangle player in a state orchestra, finds himself unfathomably promoted to a conductor. Drunk with power, the once meek Koss now seeks to transform the ensemble to suit his own agenda and inflated vision. That sounds amazing. Peter Solin's absurdist, darkly funny satire of a corrupt system that rewards mediocrity and breeds petty dictatorship openly criticized the practices of communist Czechoslovakia at the time. Seems kind of timely today, too. New 2K restoration.
Jesus, sure does, doesn't it?
We got an intro to the film. We've got a short animated film by Viktor Kubel, a short film on the famous Slovak actor. We got a new writing on the film by author Jonathan Owen and filmmaker Peter Strickland in a booklet, which is really cool for Strickland fans. Yeah, this sounds amazing.
I got a fever, and the only cure is more triangle.
I'll check this out.
Oh, ding!
Hey, Chris, you're on a commentary from Second Run, right?
I was about to say I'm on.
What?
Yeah, 1 or 2 at least.
What?
Yeah. All my good countrymen.
I'll check that out then.
Yeah, you sure should. It's great. You should check it out.
I didn't know that. You got to promote that shit.
Oh, I got it sitting over there on my shelf. It's also on the Kolchak the Night Stalker Blu-ray from Kino Lorber.
You do like Kolchak.
I do like Kolchak. I do. I do quite a bit.
I'm into it.
I love all the comments about triangles.
Nice.
All right. Next up after Second Run, we've got 2073 coming on February 25th on Blue in the U.S. from Decal. This says in the year 2073, it is the year 2073, and the worst fears of modern life have been realized. Surveillance drones fill the burnt orange skies, and militarized police roam the wrecked streets, while survivors hide away underground, struggling to remember a free and hopeful existence. No, thank you. I don't need to watch this.
You know what's weird? We're probably all going to be dead then.
Are we living this?
Like most of us. Like our kids are probably going to still be alive though.
Speak for yourself.
Isn't that weird?
Your kids.
Chris will still be alive.
Yeah, like a fucking cockroach. Girl can dream. You're welcome,
all right.
You're welcome, Dodson.
Oh man, I've been waiting all day for this one.
Oh yeah, I saw this movie in theaters. Hey, everybody in chat, raise your hands if you went out of your way to go see Mufasa in theaters. I was so good, I fell asleep during it.
April 1st, Disney is releasing.
Oh yeah, April 1st.
And
hilarious.
Now this is where we get to complain, though. You can get a 4K Steelbook or a Blu-ray or a DVD. So if you want a 4K release, you have to buy the Steelbook. That's the way they're doing it nowadays for pretty much everything.
I mean, I guess if you're buying this to begin with, that's probably the problem. So there you go.
I mean, if you like this movie, you're probably a Steelbook person.
I'm not sure. That movie's actively like just not. I don't understand. I just don't understand. I didn't think people liked that remake of The Lion King enough to warrant this, but I guess they did.
Aren't there like 3 of them now?
No, this is the second one.
This is the second one? Okay.
Yeah, there's probably going to be more, though. 'Cause didn't you know why Scar and Mufasa hated each other? It was because of a woman lion. Who'd have thunk it? Disney original ideas are, I guess, for suckers. I don't know.
It's always the way.
Sibner says it's a 2-hour screensaver housed in the weakest metal since tinfoil.
If you want to watch it, cool. Just, don't say I didn't warn you that it's not exactly great.
All right. I will go to the next one then. Lots of bonus features on this. You got the sing-along version. You got some featurettes anyways.
The songs are terrible, too. Like, we're singing along with what? The worst songs in The Lion King? Like, get out of here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was dragged to that movie, okay, if you can't tell. Like a visceral reaction to it.
All right, let's talk about real films then. June 24th, MVD, as part of their MVD Marquee Collection, is releasing One Tough Cop from 1998, starring Stephen Baldwin, Chris Penn, and Gina Gershon. The bonus materials is a trailer and 3 TV spots on this.
Wow, that's...
So I got to say, and I, if there's anybody in the chat who worked at a video store when they were young in the mid 90s, late 90s, the video store, both video stores I worked at, had exactly one copy of this movie, and it stayed in on the new release shelf forever. And so my memory of this movie, I still haven't seen it, but my memory of this movie is like putting up like 18 copies of Titanic, 6 copies of like The Phantom, and then One Tough Cop.
One copy of like, One Tough Cop.
In the corner of like the middle shelf of the new release wall. And it never occurred to me to rent this. And now that MVD is putting out, I'm like, maybe I should see it.
Yeah, I mean, the cast sounds fun.
Ryan Gowles likes it. One of the many Ryans.
There are many, many Ryans. Next up, the film Die Alone from 2024 getting a Blu-ray release in the UK on March 10th from Lightbulb Films. This says a young man with amnesia joins forces with a hardened survivalist played by Carrie-Anne Moss during a zombie outbreak as they set out on a dangerous journey to find his missing girlfriend. Also starring Frank Grillo from The Purge Anarchy and Prison Break.
Donnie Darko 3.
Essentially. Next up, Devil Stay is coming on Blu-ray on March 18th from Wellgo USA. Really like the cover art on this. This says a heart specialist doubts his daughter's sudden death after an exorcism and believes her heart still beats. During the 3-day funeral, strange signs leave the priest to wonder whether the menacing spirit remained inside her body, but the terrifying truth may reveal something far more sinister.
More sinister than a demon inside her heart?
After a 3-day funeral.
Wow.
What the hell? Yeah.
I can't even imagine what would be worse.
Well, for many people, what is worse is this next release, which is Wolfman from 2025.
Oh, wait a second. It's a hell of a transition, but okay.
Is it that bad?
I mean, I want to see it.
Have you even seen it? Can you comment on the quality of a film without seeing it? That seems a bit gatekeeping, Mr. Someone's. Every film is someone's favorite film. Every film is someone's favorite film.
Every film.
I agree.
But yet here we are. But here we are dragging the Wolfman film.
I'm not. I'm saying other people have said that.
Okay.
How does it compare to the Benicio del Toro version?
I will kill all of you. That's all I can think of when I think of the Benicio del Toro one. God. I mean, it's no Wolfen. I'd watch this movie. I want to see it. Yeah. Spend money on it at some point.
In my horror course, I just assigned a double feature of the 1941 Wolfman and Ginger Snaps, and I'm having them compare gender expression in the different films. And I told them if anybody went out to see the new Wolfman and incorporated that, because I read that it was about like manliness and being a dad.
Supposedly, yeah, that's what it is about. Yeah,
If they incorporated in their reflection, that I'd give them some extra credit. So, but I don't know. I don't think I'm going to go out and see this.
No, this is definitely a stream at some point film first for me.
Maybe, yeah.
March 18th.
I'm not going to buy it, but let's watch it. Well, let's talk about it, Ryan. We could talk about it, right?
I mean,
two cisgendered white guys and a non-binary talking about the Wolfman film. I mean,
I really enjoyed The Invisible Man.
Yeah, this I've heard that this is not necessarily as high a quality, but to y'all's point, I've heard that it is kind of like has more to say. Oh, worst on-screen family chemistry. Have you seen Troll 2?
No.
Hey,
we don't piss on hospitality. That guy's a great actor. Now he's a dentist.
He was a dentist first.
Sorry, Dr. Dodson.
He was always a dentist.
So this coming on a 4K Steelbook, a regular 4K Blu-ray, DVD, all on March 18th. This has some featurettes on it, including full-length commentary with Lee Winnell, which is pretty rad that they're getting that on a studio disc. That's not all that common, especially for a film like this. So it's nice.
So D. Simner says Troll 2 is the English Patient compared to this, and I'm trying to decide what that means because the English Patient sucks.
Yeah. It doesn't. Not exactly like a real great. You're not giving me a lot of hope here.
I'll tell you one thing. I like Troll 2 a lot more than I like the English Patient.
Oh, Will.
He
says it's English Patient compared to this as far as romance.
Oh my God!
They're eating her, and then they're going to eat me. Oh my God!
Next up, Heavens Above from 1963, getting a Blu-ray release from Kino on April 15th. This is a Peter Sellers film. It'll have an audio commentary by Gemma and Robert Ross. And if that's not enough for you, you also have I'm All Right, Jack, with Peter Sellers, coming on April 8th from 1959. Also includes a commentary with Gemma and Robert Ross on this one. Also has an interview with Liz Fraser and a theatrical trailer on this one. Supposedly pretty decent British comedies. I've not seen these.
I love Peter Sellers, man.
Yeah, good stuff.
I even like The Party, which, he definitely is not supposed to play an Indian.
Are you sure that's not a pseudonym and his dad's half Indian or something?
Yeah.
Somebody check the records.
Yeah, check them. Check the records. Make sure. Be careful.
Anyways, speaking of nothing, April 15th is going to be a big day.
Speaking of speaking to a chair,
putting out 4K steelbooks of Dirty Harry, of The Outlaw Josie Wales.
Been waiting for this one.
And of Pale Rider.
Nice. All
getting brand new 4K steelbooks. No word on new special features or anything like that. You can pre-order these from Groove already or on Amazon. Outlaw Josie Wales, I know, is one that people have been especially after. Still shocked that it took this long to get a Dirty Harry 4K.
Same.
I'm shocked it took this long to get an Outlaw Josie Wales. We got Jean-Claude Van Damme's Cyborg before we got Outlaw Josie Wales. I'm like, how do you get the remake? But yeah, that's great. I'm excited.
Yep, these are a big deal. Glad a lot of people are jumping on the pre-orders for this one. Third Window over in the UK putting out A Samurai in Time from 2023. This is coming on Blu-ray on April 28th. This was supposedly nominated for 7 Japanese Academy Awards. It's got some interviews with the director, some deleted scenes, behind-the-scenes talk show, teaser trailer. This movie sounds fun. It says, at the end of the Edo period in Kyoto, during a stormy night, a samurai prepares to fight against an opposing clan member when a flash of lightning hits and he wakes up to find himself in a different time. He has been transported through time to the present day, and the location where he was about to duel is now a film set for Jitageki TV shows and movies. Still in his samurai clothes, he's mistaken for an extra and immediately thrust into the world of Jitageki Productions. Due to his very authentic look and speech, he starts working on many productions and finds himself playing the role of Kirieku, a swordsman whose job is to die spectacularly on film. That sounds like a fun premise, at least.
Yeah, I want to see it.
All right. Radiance announced some titles just yesterday, I believe. Maybe that was even today. May 19th for this one in the UK and May 20th in North America. Themrock from 1973. This is about a gentleman living at home with his mother, and he's leading a dull life. And then one day, after a run-in with his boss, he dismantles his myopic world, made on a shoestring budget with no intelligible dialogue. Claude Ferraldo's cult taboo-busting satire about a French blue-collar worker turned urban caveman anarchically eviscerates mid-century labor and gender politics. Never before released on home video in the UK, you can now get this with a 4K restoration. Also includes some interviews with some critics, some actors. You got a limited edition booklet on this one with Alison Smith writing, and this sounds intriguing at the very least.
There's a lot of adverbs in that description.
There sure is. I got to admit, I think this is the first time I've ever been underwhelmed by a Radiance cover art. Maybe it hits more if you've seen the film, but something about this just does not work exactly for me.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Well, it's unintelligible.
But they did improve because the rest of these look great. May 19th in the UK, May 20th in North America. They're also doing the Rapacious Jailbreaker. And, I mean, that already looks much, much better. This will have an audio commentary by Nathan Stewart, visual essay by Tom Mess, new subtitle translation in English, and then a limited booklet with new writing by Earl Jackson with an archival review of the film as well.
I appreciate rapaciousness in my jailbreaking. You know, like if your heart's not in it, don't do it. Just stay.
Yep.
I also want to go back to the chat because there's some discussion with Patty Boy about the party. And Patty Boy points out that the party was quite popular in India, which is great. You know, I mean, it's still problematic for actors to perform in brownface, but that doesn't mean that audiences can't also enjoy it. So I think that's good to make that clarification. But yeah, I'm very interested in the Rapacious Jailbreaker.
Thank you to Matthew, who says public service announcement: rapacious is not the same as rapist.
You know, I used to make a joke all the time that I thought was really funny, and nobody else thought was funny.
I'm not surprised by that.
I would refer to myself as having a rapist's wit. You know, because the phrase is to have a rapier wit, and obviously those two words are different. But the problem
They sure are.
But the problem is, I would make the joke, and no one who heard it knew the phrase rapier wit, and they would just think whatever they thought. And I blame the audience. Like, if you don't have the vocabulary, like if you don't know what a rapier is, it's a type of sword.
You know what's amazing?
It's real pointy.
We still have 32 announcements to
It's a pointy sword, thus a rapier wit. It's sharp, is what it is.
As his eyes glaze over.
All right.
Matthew points out that Dumb and Dumber stole that joke from me, so I guess that makes me a genius.
All right,
that means I truly have a rapier wit. This movie is heartbreaking. Holy shit, man! Get out the tissues. Not for that reason.
May 19th, Radiance is releasing The Railroad Man from 1956. This is a UK-only release, new 4K restoration. This will have a new interview with a Pietro Jeremy expert, Mario Sesti, a reversible sleeve, and then a limited booklet with new writing by John Bleasdale and some archival writing as well. Railroad Man. Will seems to think it's a tragedy.
Oh, it's amazing. I was trying to find, there was a DVD company called No Shame that specialized in Italian, both like exploitation and art house films. And they put out, I have the DVD of Railroad Man, and it's amazing. I'm really anxious to upgrade and watch it again because I haven't seen it in years. It's devastating.
Finally, this is not Radiance, but Raro Video, who's a partner label of Radiance. Great cover art on this, by the way. This is a new reimagining of some older cover art that they did. Shoot First and Die Later by Fernando De Leo from 1974. This has new audio commentary by Travis Woods. New subtitle translation for this one with a booklet with new writing by Sam Moore. Love De Leo. Good release. Looks solid.
Oh, I didn't know that No Shame became Dark Force. Well, I guess they lost the rights to most of the stuff they put out because I don't think Dark Force has upgraded any of the No Shame titles that I'm aware of. Somebody can correct me, though. Oh, yeah, dude. Fernando De Leo, Blind By. Absolutely.
And that was a joke, Will. Yeah.
Oh.
Dark Force has no shame. That's why that's the joke.
Oh, I don't know really who they are.
Dark Force is the guy that goes on live and challenges people to a cage match.
Oh, yeah? What do you win?
Good question.
Nothing. Eternal shame. That was the joke.
See, sometimes the inside baseball I don't follow. Okay, that's good. Sorry, I stepped on the joke. I ruined it. Fernando De Leo is fucking great. And if my digression takes attention away from this release, I'll be full of shame because this is worth it.
Ryan Galland is asking if this is a re-release. Yes, it is. This was released in the U.S. by Raro years ago. The transfer is the same. However, there are new extras on this as well.
Wait a second. No Shame turned into Maya? Okay, wait, is that real?
I believe it is.
Because the Maya releases were they were great titles, but terrible quality.
Yes.
I was like, shit, I can get these on Alpha or something. Wow, that's interesting. So Maya, are they still in existence?
I have not heard anything about them in ages, so I don't know.
There's no Blu-rays from Maya. They just released their awful transfers of... I have a couple of their releases still of Umberto Lenzi movies and... okay, well, on we go.
Yep. Next up, over in Germany soon, Turbine is going to be releasing a 4K media book and steelbook of the Hellraiser from 2022. This was the Hulu original that has been locked away in the U.S. The big thing that a lot of people don't know is Disney owns that in the U.S. Paramount owns the rights in the U.K. So just because this is being released in the U.K., or Europe at least, this does not mean that it's going to get a release in the U.S. or anywhere else necessarily. It's possible, not going to say it's impossible, but just don't take this as an indication that you should expect this coming in the U.S.
Did you all see this?
I did not. I wanted to.
I did.
I liked it. What I had to let go. I couldn't compare it. You just can't.
Right.
But as its own thing, I didn't like it enough to where I want to own it. I don't think, but I thought it was worth the watch.
And definitely want to see it. I know it's a little bit masochistic, but I kind of want to do a run through of the whole franchise at some point.
Oh my God, let's do it! Like all of them, even the ones
all of them.
Okay,
even Deader.
How is that a word?
All right. Carrying right along. Sneakers getting a 4K and a Blu-ray release in the U.S. from Kino on April 22nd. This has some commentaries on this from back in the day. Nothing new from what I can see. There is a making of on this that's 40 minutes. Obviously, huge cast on this. Robert Redford, Dan Aykroyd. Ben Kingsley getting his second announcement for this one. River
Just
Phoenix.
like Gandhi. Sneakers are just like Gandhi.
Sidney Poitier. It is just like Gandhi. It's kind of like War Games.
I'm Ben Kingsley, and I'm the Indian of the cast. little Frank Zappa thing there.
Sneakers. Have not watched this in ages. I remember liking this.
Never saw it.
Never seen it.
All right.
Is it about shoes?
A bit. Burke and Hare getting a Blu-ray release from Kino on April 1st. This is from 1972. Two of the most notorious figures in the history of medicine, William Burke and William Hare, were a pair of enterprising street thugs. We get a new audio commentary from Gary Garani on this, interview with Dr. Patricia McCormick, interview with the actress Francois Pascal. Yeah, I know nothing about this. Nope.
Same.
All right.
Same.
I was going to say, you and me both, brother.
Silence. Still running the Patreon promotion. I'm going to be sending out emails to some of the people that signed up in the last week. Just waiting on a couple of the stragglers that have been coming in. I got some people I'm messaging. If you sign up at the $12 tier or higher and pay for a year in advance, you get one of the out-of-print items. I'll get you that list, and you can choose which one you're after. If you want more details, send me a DM.
Daniel. D. Simner made a pretty good sneakers joke.
Sneakers came out in India under the title Sandals. That's pretty great.
Credit.
BFI today came out swinging. This is a crazy slate from them. June 16th, they are getting the second volume of the Chantel Ackerman set. This covers 1982 all the way up to 2015. Oh. So you've got a bunch of films in this. You've got 5 Blu-ray discs featuring 11 landmark films, 72-page booklet with new essays, and then other extras that will be announced later. If you have the volume 1, this looks to be the perfect companion for that. Looks incredible.
Yeah.
Then, one of the biggest announcements of the day, May 19th, they are putting out a Blu-ray and 4K release of Throne of Blood from 1957. This is, of course, the Kurosawa film starring Toshiro Mifune. You've got audio commentary on this by Michael Jack and some other extras that will be released later. 4K release with Dolby Vision. I imagine Criterion will be doing a 4K of this eventually. Will it have Dolby Vision? Unlikely, considering what they did for some of their other Kurosawa things. So far, they are not necessarily better to go with Criterion or BFI. They seem to be different, but both really great. So if this is like one of your favorite films of all time, for some people, you may want both of them.
Yeah, 100%. Sorry, I was laughing at a comment.
I saw it too. I was not going to read it out loud.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. We can't put that up there, but
next title, Slade in Film from 1974, getting a Blu-ray from them on May 19th. Described as the Citizen Kane of British pot movies by Mark Kermode. This is newly remastered and will get new extras announced soon. I have never seen this. I've heard that this is great for quite some time. Glad this is getting released. I said Slade in Film. I meant Slade in Flame. Thanks, Sibner. I'm reading quickly. I apologize.
You're reading quickly?
You just want to get out of here? Is that the thing? You guys are going to continue on with a second.
That's the hard part,
podcast.
yeah.
Yeah, it's the hard part, yeah.
I assume neither one of you have seen this one either?
Nope.
Well, now I'm
right.
curious. What was the tagline? It's one of the greatest.
The Citizen Kane of British pot movies.
Okay, well.
Hell of a qualifier.
Yeah.
April 21st, they're also putting out their next Flipside title, which is Eclipse from 1976. This says a remote cliffside house on the Scottish coast is the weather-beaten setting for Simon Perry's eerie, atmospheric, psychological thriller, inexplicably blown adrift in 1976. To be newly remastered, presented in HD with commentary by the director Simon Perry. New interview with Tom Conti on this. Other
Hey, Ryan, your voice is eclipsed. Your
it's
microphone's going out again. It's the curse of me.
I'll refresh. I'll be right back.
Oh, no, you're fine now.
Well, now there'll also be a booklet on this with new writing on the film by Vic Pratt from the BFI.
All right, Vic Pratt.
I love the BFI stuff, or the especially the flip side releases that they've done. All right, more coming up. Bob Hoskins in 24/7 from 1998. This is directed by Shane Meadows, who also did This Is England. Newly remastered and extras that will be announced later. This is coming on July 23rd. Love me some Bob Hoskins.
Who doesn't love Bob Hoskins?
Every Hoskins is someone's favorite Bob. I don't know.
What? God, what?
June 16th, they're also doing a Blu-ray of Four Mothers from 2024. This is supposedly great. This says, Edward, a novelist saddled with caring for his elderly mother, finally finds himself on the brink of literary success with pressure to go on a U.S. book tour mounting. The last thing Edward needs is his friends jetting off to Spain for an impromptu Pride holiday, leaving their mothers on his doorstep. Over a chaotic weekend, he has to juggle his burgeoning career with the care of four eccentric, combative, and wildly different ladies. Other extras will be announced later. There will be a booklet with new writing on the film also.
What a premise.
Sounds fun.
Like, nothing in there is plausible. The idea that a book tour might be lucrative is bullshit. The idea that your friends might drop their elderly mothers in your lap, like everything about it.
I love that the lucrative book tour is the first thing that made you go, wait.
Oh yeah, there's no freaking way, dude.
And then Brother, the Takeshi Kitano film from 2000, getting a Blu-ray from the BFI as well. Has a very young Omar Epps in this. You've got an Adam Davis short film from 1988 with a booklet coming as well. Yeah, I don't remember if I've seen this one. I think I have another release of this, though.
I'll always see Kitano films.
Always.
Yeah, for sure.
And then
How many releases has this had?
April 21st, a 4K coming of La Haine with Vincent Cassel. All the same extras as their big limited edition release they did on Blu-ray a few years ago, just now in 4K.
How many releases has this had, honestly?
Quite a lot, actually.
Yeah, as white rappers get all the privilege.
This is true.
I don't know. I've never understood the appeal of this movie.
All right.
I've never even seen it.
I'm not saying I La-Haine it.
Oh my God! Where did you find this guy, Ryan? Where did you find this guy? He found you. He searched you. He searched you out. Yeah.
I'm a barnacle.
Let's talk about 88 films for the next 12 minutes. April 7th, they're doing a Blu-ray in the UK as part of their Slasher Classics collection of The Incubus. This is the same film that was released by Vinegar Syndrome a handful of years ago. No new extras on this. I believe everything from the Vinegar Syndrome extras will be on here. Great movie. John Cassavetes in this one. Will, I'm sure you
Vetis to his friends. Just like Gandhi.
Will, have you seen this one?
Yeah, I mean, one thing I can say about the Incubus is it does not succubus.
That is true.
Fuck.
Great ending on this one, too. Another one that Vinegar Syndrome put out years ago, they're also doing Wacko as part of their Slasher Classics collection, coming on April 7th. And yet again, no new extras, everything that we've had previously. Fun movie, Graydon Clark. It's good. I like it.
Yeah.
Some pretty good comedy for the time. As part of their Nikatsu Roman porno collection, they are doing Night of the Felines from 1972 on April 7th. This is a UK-only release. On this one, you got an audio commentary by Irene Gonzalez-Lopez and Jasper Sharp. New introduction by Kei Chiba on this. A Pink Film versus Roman porno brand new interview with the actress and director Yumi Yoshiyuki. And some stills and a trailer, plus a booklet essay by Caitlin Casello. Yeah, these Roman porno collection releases have been great so far.
Yeah, I mean, this one's perfect.
You didn't lean on the syllable enough, Will, but I love it.
I can't roll my R's very well.
Lady with the Sword coming as part of their 88 Asia line. This is on April 21st in the UK and getting a North American release on April 22nd. You got an audio commentary by David West, a trailer, stills gallery, and then this new artwork by Kung Fu Bob O'Brien back doing Shaw Brothers stuff. Love the art on this. Have not seen this one from 1971. Silence.
Oh yeah, I want to see this for sure.
Next one, as part of their Japanarchy collection, April 21st in the UK and the 22nd North America, Yakuza Wives from 1986.
Here's a reality show I'd like to see.
Also known as Yakuza Ladies. This one is directed by Hideo Gosha. You've got a new introduction by Mark Schilling, exclusive interview with Toei tattoo artist Seiji Mori, and then new artwork with a booklet essay by Nathan Stewart as well.
Nice.
Yeah, good looking stuff. The next Japanarchy title is Jacomen and Tetsu from 1964. This also getting a UK and US release, April 21st and 22nd, respectively. Audio commentary by Tom S. and Jasper Sharp together. New introduction by Mark Schilling, and then a booklet essay by Chris D.
Whoa.
Some big names on this release.
Yeah.
Damn good looking release. Got to get this one.
Chris D's the pioneer.
He sure is. 9 Guests for a Crime, getting a deluxe collector's edition on April 28th on Blu-ray. This was one of the Vinegar Syndrome Forgotten Jolly titles that they put out over the years. This is going to have some of the same extras that were on that other disc, and this will be a big rigid slipcase release with new artwork by Graham Humphreys. You can pick this up on April 28th over in the UK.
Shot on location at Mar-a-Lago.
Going to our next title. The Night Train Murders coming on 4K on April 28th in one of their big, hard, deluxe collector's edition releases. This is the same title that was just recently released by Severin. You're getting a lot of the same extras here, and another Perfect Bam book with new essays and stills. Yeah, really great option if you're over in the UK. Glad this is getting a release.
Absolutely. I just picked up the Severin, right? Severin just put it out.
Yes, sir.
The 4K? Yeah. And prior to that, the Blue Underground DVD, which I have now retired.
Baby Girl, announced on 4K and Blu-ray from A24 today. This is shipping in March. You can pick this up now. It's got a commentary with the writer and director. There's also a Directing Desire featurette, and then a featurette on Power Looks, plus some deleted scenes. Hell of a good-looking release here. I like this movie. Thought it was pretty well made. Nicole Kidman did damn good with this. Baby Girl, Chris, did you see this one last year?
I did not. Is this similar and or related to Night Bitch?
Not quite.
I just wanted to see Will Dodson's face. That's all I care about. I just wanted to see him laugh. He's been trying to get everybody to laugh all night. Night Bitch.
I've been succeeding, I think.
I would agree for the most part.
I've had a long day, too. You know.
Yeah. You've been teaching the coastal elite kids. We get it.
I teach 5 classes on Thursdays. That's tough.
Yeah, Baby Girl. Love this one. Check it out. Warner Archive then started posting their announcements today. March 25th, getting a Blu-ray release of Sadie McKee from 1934, starring the one and only Joan Crawford. You've got some classic cartoons from 1934 on this. Pop Goes Your Heart, Shake Your Powder Puff, and Why Do I Dream Those Dreams?
Yeah, this is an exciting one.
Shake Your Powder Puff.
Clarence Brown is a director that more people should know. I mean, he did Anna Karenina. He did Anna Christie, the first English language Greta Garbo film. He did National Velvet, Flesh and the Devil. I mean, he did so many great films. And Sadie McKee is definitely in the great film category for his filmography.
Next classic from Warner Archive is The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse from 1921. This is such an interesting sounding release. They say, special thanks to Kevin Brownlow and Patrick Stanbury of Photoplay Productions for their invaluable support and guidance with this release. Brand new 4K scans of best preservation elements of this. It's black and white with color tints and tones. And then it is silent with stereophonic music score composed and conducted by Carl Davis. Crushing it with their classic releases.
Definite.
Let's see. Next up from Warner is Earth 2 from 1971, getting a blue on March 25th. This has the original trailer on this, and this is also a 4K scan of the OCN. I have not seen this one, but I looked it up afterwards. This has some pretty good reviews. Will, have you seen this one?
No. I remembered. So is the TV series based on this?
I believe so. I think it followed it.
Okay. Great.
Yep. Sounds good. It says it was originally produced by MGM as a telefilm pilot for a projected TV series.
But the TV series wasn't until like the 90s, though.
Right.
So that's a long time to project.
All right.
I guess yeah, I definitely want to see this.
Going to the next one is Hitman from 1972, also coming on March 25th. Tyrone Tackett's brother wasn't the kind of man to throw his life away. Somebody killed him, plain and simple. And by the time Tyrone crisscrosses L.A. and pieces together the crime, lots of folks are going to pay. This is a new 1080p HD master from a 4K scan of the OCN, rated R, and looks like I need to buy this. This sounds amazing.
You know, Bernie Casey was a poet. He wrote a book of poetry, and it's good. Like, his poetry's good. I've been trying to track down a copy of the book. I found a couple poems, like, Google Books, like, get pages of it and everything. I'd love to find a copy of it. I love Bernie Casey. I'm going to be showing Cleopatra Jones in class in a couple weeks. Which I think is one of his best roles. And I have never seen Hitman, so this is a definite.
Excellent. Then following that, they've got Monogram Matinee Volume 1. 3 long, unseen Western-themed B pictures from Monogram have been compiled on one Blu-ray collection. These include, the films included represent the Poverty Row's more popular outings from the year 1949. You've got on this one 3 total different films, Crashing Through, Mississippi Rhythm, and Western Renegades, totaling almost 3 hours of film. This very much feels like it was made to be on Will Dodson's shelf.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious about Mississippi Rhythm because it's just a bunch of white people, but this looks great.
Absolutely does. Patty Boy, thanks for that. What happened to the 7 What's in the Box set? It was fully canceled by Warner. What are your fave movies of 24? I've covered a couple of mine over the last couple of weeks, including Nora and I saw The TV Glow and Substance and a couple others. Chris, we haven't heard from you. We asked Will last time about his favorites. What are your favorites from 2024? Like a top 2 or 3 that you've seen?
How mad can I make Ryan Verrill, and how quickly can I make Ryan Verrill mad? So one of them is going to be In a Violent Nature.
Jesus.
Oh, Jesus Christ, me pal. Jesus Christ, because I'm the only person who liked that movie, apparently.
I mean, you're one of like 6.
Oh, even of 6. 7, to be fair. I like Nosferatu a fair amount. Trying to think what else came out in 2024.
It was Nosferatu.
I'm waiting for the sequel, Nosferatu 3.
I really liked Joker Folie à Deux. Remember, I mean that's a thing.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't see it, but I heard everybody hated it, even the people who made it.
More or less. Love Lies Bleeding was good. I don't know. 2024 was kind of a blur, so I saw The TV Glow was good. Yeah, see, In a Violent Nature, someone else gets it. I'm not the only sophisticate in chat.
That is Ryan only just trying to needle me. No, I'm kidding. He actually likes it, but it's bad.
You're wrong.
Let's go to our last Warner Archive title, which is Magilla Gorilla, the complete series.
What did you just call it?
Can I interrupt the Magilla Gorilla?
Sure.
Because I have 2 questions. 3 questions.
I thought it was Magilla Gorilla.
No, it's Magilla.
Go ahead, Willie.
So one
Gorilla.
So one, Stan found the Bernie Casey Book of Poetry. It's $150 on eBay. So if anybody in the chat wants to get me a birthday present, it's coming up. No, don't do that. I'd feel terrible. Second, you said that the 7 What's in the Box set was canceled?
Yes, the big like $115 deluxe edition that they were selling.
I have to know what sin gets activated by that.
Stupidity.
Now it's envy.
Envy.
Why'd they cancel it?
Oh, the third thing is when Chris was talking about best films of 2024, I got to tell you, the longer time passes, I don't know if it's the best movie of 2024, but the most important and inspiring movie of 2024 for me now is The Beekeeper.
Chris, they never announced why they canceled it. They just canceled everybody's pre-orders and took it off everything.
Exactly. It's got to be envy or wrath or something.
Wrath.
Well, it's wrath.
That's the response.
Is spite a deadly sin?
It can be now.
It's lesser. It's the 8th.
So yes, Magilla Gorilla, the complete series, coming on March 25th as well. This is going to have live and unplugged rare footage of Hoyt Curtin and Bill Hanna at the piano. Introduction by series animator Jerry Eisenberg. Mr. Peebles' Pet Shop and Interview Gallery. And then some voice work. Here Comes the Star vintage TV special, which goes inside the Hanna-Barbera studios. I mean, there's a lot. All of these 4K scans of the OCNs. Warner Archive doing a lot of great stuff recently. Yeah.
I believe I had a list in the January show of a bunch of Warner titles I hope to see. And I'm feeling, oh my God, you know what? Oh, no, I already showed it. Never mind.
Was that Shenandoah? Is that what you're going to talk about?
Man called Shenandoah. It's good. I watched the first couple episodes.
Nice. Just a couple left now. We're almost done. July 28th, UK is getting a release of Emmanuel from 2024 from Altitude Films. This is supposedly a very unsexy version of the Emmanuel story, also starring Naomi Watts.
What? Like the whole point, though.
Right.
Huh.
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you know what? I used to teach a course that included Emmanuel, and it's a pretty good book. A literature course that included Emmanuel called Sense and Sensuality in Women's Literature, because obviously It's a real course. No, and it was a good course. We read Story of O, Emmanuel, Ruby Fruit Jungle, bunch of stuff. Jazz by Toni Morrison, Love by Toni Morrison. But anyway, the Emmanuel novel is really good, and I didn't expect it to be, but it is. I recommend it.
All right, 2 more left, and then we're done with announcements. The Contractor from 2022 getting a 4K and Blu-ray release from Dazzler over in the UK on April 7th. This feels like it would fit right next to your release of The Beekeeper there, Will.
I prefer Statham to Pine.
And finally, coming on June 20th in the U.S. on Blu-ray from Cardinal releasing The Rock Prophet, the story of Link Ray from 2024.
Cool.
I am so eager to get this. I'm going to read this out. It says, The Rock Prophet is the best-kept secret of rock and roll, and only rock's mighty heroes know about Link Ray and his infamous 3 chords, an unlikely figure responsible for the birth of rock and roll. Music superstars such as James Brown, Jimi Hendrix idolized him, and Jimmy Page said he would never have picked up a guitar if he hadn't heard him on the radio. The Native American musician catapulted in the spotlight with his iconic song Rumble. Born into poverty, he faced adversity his whole life. He was pursued by the Ku Klux Klan, misrepresented by record companies, even lost a lung during the Korean War, and was told he could never sing again. You got an A-list cast of rock legends speaking on it. This looks and sounds fantastic.
I do feel like the subtitle should be The Adventures of Link Ray. Just to bring in, just so people think it's an ETR release. That's great. I can't wait.
All right.
I love Link Ray.
Those are all of the announcements for the week, and as usual, when we're done with that part, we follow that up with a real quick dive through what's coming out next week, just in case you forgot. Vampires 4K and Ghost of Mars 4K. We were talking about John Carpenter earlier. If you want 2 of his lesser represented films on 4K from Scream. Tom and Jerry, the complete CinemaScope collection from Warner Archive. The Nice Guys 4K that's coming from the studio. Don't forget Second Sight also putting that out on 4K soon in the UK. Last Voyage of the Demeter 4K from Scream. Pretty in Pink 4K. The standard.
What are you shaking your head at, Dodson?
I didn't like The Last Voyage of Demeter.
Really?
Yeah, really.
That was all right. Yeah, it was fine. It's like Alien on a boat.
We can still be friends.
Do we have to?
It's up to you.
Felidae 4K standard from Deaf Crocodile, Alice Sweet Alice 4K from Arrow, Galaxy of Terror 4K from Scream, Play It Again Sam from Kino Lorber, Lifeguard from Fun City Editions, Hot Pursuit from Kino, Film Noir Volume 23 is just barely getting released, and they've already got 3 others announced.
Nice.
King Lear from Criterion, Racing with the Moon from Fun City, A Certain Killer and A Killer is Key coming from Arrow as well, Paddington 2 in 4K, Flesh and Blood from Cape Light, some more Deaf Crocodile standard releases in Trapped Ashes, Adela's Not Had Supper Yet, and Tamla 2010.
That's Voyage of the Demeter again.
Yes, as a
Jeez, Louise.
Oscar Michaud, the complete collection from Kino and the Library of Congress. Pinocchio 964 4K from Media Blasters. That is the bulk of it. Cane Fire also getting a release from Cinema Guild in the summers from, I believe, Music Box.
You skipped Twin Peaks, speaking of David Lynch.
I was coming back to it to talk about the magazine.
I can't read your mind.
We talk about Twin Peaks, the complete Z to A in the magazine a little bit that is getting released this month. So check out that collection. Glad a lot of people are getting a chance to finally pick up that set because that limited set went very quickly. That was all I was going to say. Any of these you're after there, Will?
I need to cross-check the Oscar Michaud set with the Pioneers of African American Cinema set and see how much stuff in there I don't already have, but that's a definite. Obviously, all those Deaf Crocodiles. Scroll down a little bit. There was something in there I saw that was Keep going. It was towards the bottom. There was something I was like, what? Oh, don't let me forget, next month I'm going to have a zero grad based story to share.
Yes, you will. And I forgot, Endless Summer Syndrome is Altered Innocence coming out this next week.
Yeah.
I love how the word shit is just widely displayed on the screen now.
Check out Zero Grad if you've never seen it. That I think is one of the best films. I was about to say it was one of the best films in Deaf Crocodile's catalog, but I can't say that because how can you compare any of them?
Right.
But I really like Zero Grad. I'll say that.
All right. Anything else on these titles? Chris, anything that would be exciting to you?
Twin Peaks.
Twin Peaks. Good
Pinocchio Night 6'4" 4K. I loved that MCU movie.
Oh, man.
Just like Gandhi.
All right. Will, anything else you want to talk about before you head out for the night?
I feel like there should be.
That was like wax poetically for us for a moment there, big dog.
What do you want to talk about? I don't know. Yeah, the semester's getting started. I've been teaching a course in horror films and a course in cult films, so that's been pretty exciting. Working on, we got some projects that we'll be able to talk about next month, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Coming from someone's favorite, and I got a big story that I'll be able to tell next month. It's been real busy couple months. I was super happy that Ryan got to travel out. Wait, can I say it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was last week.
Super. Well, I didn't know if it was like.
No, it was announced and shared, and yeah.
Okay. Well,
I even you missed it. I even shared all the free shit that he handed.
Oh, that's right. You did the live stream last week from there. I knew that. I was super happy and jealous that you got to go out to LA again and visit with Stan and Alex and Craig and
Ryan Gallen and Brian Sauer.
Yeah.
Alex, Jeremy,
that's the one I keep forgetting.
He's gonna love that.
So I'm happy I got to do that, and life is hectic, but this is all we get.
This is it. There's nothing else.
Yeah, I think Huey Lewis said it best. He said,
"This is all about the power of love."
If this is it, I don't know what the next line is.
Please let me know. If this ain't love, please, baby, just say so. If this is it, do what?
Yeah,
I got it. Hey, he's on the beach singing the song.
Wise fella.
I love me some Huey Lewis. You like Huey Lewis in the news?
The fake news, but
Huey Lewis is a good man. Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Is he related to them?
He wants a new truck. We're going to make sure it's made in America.
Huey, Dewey, and Louie in the news.
No electric trucks.
Huey, Dewey. People are checking out. I don't blame them.
All right, Will, time for you to check out.
What are you guys going to talk about?
Found footage.
Oh, yeah. I'm teaching the tunnel host.
Nice.
And the taking of Deborah Logan this semester in the horror class. I decided to do the horror class this year, like very few, like I'm not doing it chronologically and I'm not doing like canonical. It's just going to be different examples that, good, bad aren't really the question, but, just interesting and kind of significant in different subgenres. So, Yeah, doing a whole and the documentary, the found footage phenomenon. So
Nice.
yeah, I thought you'd be proud of me. I wanted to show Lake Mungo, but I don't think we'll have time. I like that one a lot too.
Like Mungo's a good one.
Yeah. Well, enjoy.
We're missing you already, Will.
Enjoy
We're gonna miss you. You're gonna go
Yeah, I'm gonna
East Coast.
go to bed. Yeah.
It's been so long since I've seen you, Will. We won't get to say goodbye in private, so we get to say goodbye in public in front of everybody.
It was funny because we did like 3 episodes of Culture Cast together, so we got to see each other for a whole bunch there for a few weeks, and then it's like nothing until when's the next recording? Like September?
Something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll find time to talk in between then and now. Maybe not.
Yeah, we do Craft 2.
Yeah, Electric Craftaloo.
Well, thanks for taking a couple hours there, Will.
Yeah, Will. Thanks for joining us.
Well, I mean, I'm obligated.
Wow.
But,
What mean obligate?
thanks for jumping in and keeping the ship afloat. As I guess Ryan announced, I got a little bit of a schedule snafu, but I'm glad it worked out. Good to see everybody. The chat was quite robust. And, as Boys to Men said, see ya.
See you, Will.
Love you,
All
baby.
right.
Talk soon.
So we are
now that the adults are gone.
We're now going to do a full live episode of Film Foundations. This is going to be up as a live show on our podcast. So we're going to do the full intro and everything. So bear with us as we go through that. But Chris is
as opposed to Otter with us.
Yes. Love how Otter is the first animal you go to from bear. If you want to talk about found footage,
I don't know where else you go from there, boy.
If you want to discuss found footage, hang out for the rest of the show. It'll be a fun conversation. We would love to hear your answers, and it's going to be an interesting one because found footage can be deeply controversial for some people. So here we go. It's all you, Chris.
Oh, boy, it sure is. Sorry, folks. I'm going to need a second because it's been a minute. Jeez Louise. It's weird that we have to do an intro on the live show as well.
After we spoke for 3 hours.
I know, 3 fucking hours sitting here. Hello, everyone, and welcome back, because it's been quite some time, to Film Foundations, the collaborative show between Weirding Way Media and Someone's Favorite Productions. I am your co-host, Chris Stachiw, from the aforementioned Weirding Way Media.
And I'm the other co-host, Ryan Farrell, from Someone's Favorite Productions.
On this show, we ask and answer 4 questions about a given topic that is surrounding either an actor, director, franchise, or microgenre. In this episode's case, it will be the microgenre known as found footage. Our job is to entice you to broaden your horizons on film, to encourage you to travel down film tangents and side roads that you may have never traveled otherwise. We have no guests today. It's just me and you. I guess technically we do have a guest. Our guest is the chat. They're the guest. You get to be part of this. This is your fault. Jeez Louise. Found footage, huh? Feels like we're finally here. It feels like it only took 2 years to get back to this point, I guess, because we've known each other for going on 2 years now.
Yeah.
Right? Is that right?
A little bit. Yeah. It's getting close.
Is that right? Yeah, I guess it is
month and a half
2025. I thought it was 2024 for some reason. We did meet in 23. That's right.
Tonight is going to be a long conversation because found footage is interesting with how many genres it steeps through, how many micro genres in found footage you can have with the possession films or with the monster films or what have you. Obviously, we got to get through some of the history behind this. What was your first foray with found footage?
Mine?
Yeah.
I believe it was Cloverfield. I believe, if memory serves. That sounds about right. I didn't see Blair Witch when it came out. Would not have been a thing that I would have watched. I guess, well, technically, the first found footage thing I ever saw was, we'll see if anybody in the chat pops for it, because it's a funny thing as far as I'm concerned. alien autopsy, fact or fiction on like
Oh my god.
on like Fox. Do you remember that?
I sure do.
With Jonathan Frakes, nice guy by the way. Got to interview him a couple years ago. Jonathan Frakes hosted like the footage of that. That was probably the first found footage thing I ever saw, actually, to be honest. And that scared the shit out of me. I mean, I know it's fake now as an adult, but I enjoy it now watching it. There's a monologue that Jonathan Frakes does at the end that man, it's just great. He's like, imagine, if you will, the aliens are real. And it's just like, he's so sincere. And again, like, he's such a nice guy. I mean, like, me having interviewed him does not factor into it at all. Like, I was a fan of that long before. But yeah, that for me is probably, I think, the first thing I can remember. And then in terms of like, quote, movies, unquote, I think it's probably Cloverfield. Yeah, that sounds about, yeah, I think, yeah. There wasn't like a glut of them for a while, and then there just kind of was. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was, there weren't, and then all of a sudden it's like we just couldn't escape them. So yeah, that's mine. What about you?
I'm trying to remember and piece together the timeline in my mind, because it was either Blair Witch Project or one that a lot of people forget is found footage, but Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one of those I saw first. Both, Blair Witch Project obviously is a phenomenon. It came out when I was 12, I guess, and probably saw when I was 15 or 16, but I imagine I saw Cannibal Holocaust for the first time right before then, I think. Yeah, this is obviously the original found footage for many people is Cannibal Holocaust, and it's one of those first like notorious films that has this aforementioned reputation of being so real that Diodato had to take some of the actors to court and prove that they were still alive.
That's right.
You've got the phenomenon through Blair Witch Project. You got another phenomenon through Cloverfield. I love how many of these in our minds have turned into event films. And then you have stuff like Paranormal Activity that is another great one that I fell in love with. Love those first few. And that first one, obviously, many of us will remember that that trailer where they showed nothing from the film, basically, but mostly just people in the theater's reactions with night vision on, seeing them react to this. And then it suddenly made all of the money ever. Yeah. I love a lot of found footage. I think Cannibal Holocaust probably came slightly before Blair Witch, but it's an interesting genre. You just mentioned one of the reasons, and that's around the response to Cloverfield. So probably like 2009 or 10, we started getting way too many found footage
glut.
Films. Yeah. And that's not to say that none of them are good, because there are still quite a few that came out that were great in the 2010s. We're still seeing some of them come out in recent years, but some of them are truly just horrific. And people that love found footage, for that period, you could sometimes watch 10 or 15 of these before you watch a good one for the first time in a while. Yeah.
I will say, as far as I'm concerned, and you said like good, found footage is such a hard genre to say good and bad, because so much of it is about the conceit and like selling the conceit, because that's the problem with Cloverfield is the conceit's never really sold as well as I think they want it to be sold, which is fine. Yeah. But I feel like, I don't know, found like you said, like there's a lot of really bad found footage movies, and it's like, I'm not like trying to be mean, like, oh, subjectively they're bad. Like, no, they're objectively kind of not great. Like objectively they're kind of not great. And again, as someone who's seen a fair amount of found footage movies, I can say that, but I don't like to. But also when you get, again, something like Cloverfield that is so, I don't know, such a big thing kind of in the industry. It really moved the needle in a lot of ways. Like it's I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but in a lot of ways it might be the found footage movie. Yeah. Everybody's going to copy it. So it's not surprising, but in my mind, at least, found footage is just, it's a genre where either you like it or you don't, and I don't feel like there's a lot of room in between. Am I wrong?
No, I think you're absolutely right. And I think that one thing that we're going to talk about tonight, our question number 2 that we always cover, is going to be kind of a crucial question, because there are many opportunities for missteps if you are new to found footage. And the way we always approach this is essentially like, imagine if you've never seen any of this. And I understand that for this micro genre, like some of the episodes that we've done, this one's going to be kind of difficult for you to have never seen any of them. But maybe this is about you really like diving in and saying, I kind of liked this one I saw, but I really want to approach the genre as a whole from a new point of view or perspective. That first film that you watch could kind of color how you view everything.
Agreed.
So if you're watching something that was like a Sci-Fi Channel original from 2011, it's probably going to put you off, but there are genuinely like some no budget masterpieces in this micro genre that are truly like some of my favorite films, just based on the way that they're made, and they make you feel and they immerse you in the storyline.
I agree. I'm really excited. There's a lot of movies that we're going to talk about that I really like, and there's a lot of movies that are going to come up that are real not great. Not great. Real not great ones, and there are a lot of them. A lot of them have to do with Paranormal Activity.
Well, and one thing that we do sometimes is after the first couple questions, really before we get into number 3, we'll kind of list like, hey, what are some other big ones that just we haven't had a chance to talk about? So as we're answering the questions here, make sure you're answering the chat, and get ready for that conversation before question 3, because we're going to be talking about a lot of titles tonight for sure.
Yeah, Ryan's going to have his work cut out for him with all of the movies he's going to have to list.
Yep.
So on that note, let's get to the first question. Ryan Verrill. It's been like 7 months since we've done one of these together. You maybe don't even remember what the question is. What do you consider to be a foundational title for found footage?
Well, from the sound of it, we're going to have 2 different ones here, and I think that's a good choice so that we can wax poetic about both of these in a different way, which, funny enough, they both kind of come back to marketing and word of mouth. So I'm gonna really show some love for Blair Witch Project here. This to me is the main one. You don't have to think that it's scary necessarily. You don't have to be mystified by the ending, but there is something about being lost in that sort of no budget filmmaking magic here that really is a staple to this micro genre. And we've talked about this on the show before, but the marketing behind this, where literally they went and showed a cut of this at Cannes, and then just the word of mouth from that started traveling, and people were trading tapes of this, and this whole like wildfire of a title started spreading, like from college campuses. People were starting to fall in love with this movie that they couldn't even see yet. And so when it finally released and they were able to get it, it was something that the community was like starving for. It was something that people had heard about. And if you were a real active film fan at the time, this was kind of unheard of. It's not like a James Cameron film that released 2 years earlier that played in theaters for 10 of the 12 months in 1997. This is just a bunch of nobodies that people genuinely thought were real individuals lost in the woods. And it turned into a phenomenon. And this movie is so well done with so little. The stories behind it are incredible. Shout out to Kevin Tudor, who's the host of the Almost Major podcast, who literally about 10 minutes ago I was just texting during the show. He's one of the biggest fans ever and could talk about this for the next 12 hours without breathing. This movie has created fans like that. It is something that people like foist their personality upon because it's such a monumental moment in filmmaking. And I would personally like to posture this is one of the last times that we saw like truly innovative from the ground up filmmaking coming out of the Hollywood scene. This is something that I don't know that we're going to get something like this ever again, and not only because of the publicity, but because it created something brand new.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, Blair. Obviously, Blair Witch gets kind of ruined by that Blair Witch requel that came out. Yeah, I know. I don't know what Adam Wingard was thinking. I don't know what any of them were thinking. The original is important in a lot of ways, and then that remake is not really. But the original is the original. It kind of sets the standard,
right?
I mean, does it hold up now? In a lot of ways, no. In a lot of ways, yes. It depends on how you look at it. Like, obviously, it's fake, but the groundswell at the time, making it feel real, definitely contributed to the success of the movie broadly at the time. I like Blair Witch just fine. It's not my favorite by any stretch of the imagination. I understand why everybody likes it. I understand why it's so important. I just think for me, it's not the one that I would pick, and I think it's not the one that it's the most approachable from a certain direction.
And that's the interesting part of the show, because it's not about our favorites, because Blair Witch isn't my favorite found footage either.
Right.
But
no,
it
it's
is
neither one of ours. I think our favorite might actually be the same thing.
It would be up there. I don't know if it would be the favorite, but
really,
I would really have to think about it.
Well, you're gonna have to think, pal.
So
you're gonna have to think. You knew this was coming.
Before you talk about Cloverfield, I want to shout out this amazing release of the Blair Witch Project from Second Sight, which is stacked, more than a fan of Blair Witch Project ever needed, and yet it's incredible. If you do not have the limited edition release, I believe it is out of print now, but the standard edition has all of the on-disc content. Please go seek it out. It is an absolute amazing package overall, and beyond that, they're shipping the replacement disc for the audio problem that I didn't even notice. So it's a great time to go pick it up, and it's fairly inexpensive for just the Blu-ray.
So I guess my answer has to be Cloverfield. I mean, like, I don't want it to be Cloverfield for a whole host of reasons, because I don't really like Cloverfield that much. I think, honestly, and I'll tell you why I don't like Cloverfield that much, and this is just me personally, the conceit in Cloverfield is wonky out of the gate. Like, they never put the camera down. Somebody's going to want to see this. Like, bro, like, TJ Miller, put the camera down and run. Like, don't somebody's going to want to see this bullshit. Like, that, I think that's my problem broadly with Cloverfield, is the conceit does kind of not hold up. Outside of that, I mean, it's the biggest found footage movie that's ever come out. Like, it's the most, I mean, like, yes, Blair Witch is a massive success, but Cloverfield is like the found footage movie. Like, as far as I'm concerned, like, it stands alone because of the budget, because of speaking of the marketing, because of the marketing for the movie. Like, it kind of stands alone as its own thing. And I think if you're going to show someone something and be like, this is what found footage is, I think Cloverfield makes the most sense, especially living in a post 9/11 universe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm not saying Cloverfield's bad. It's just Cloverfield. I have my problems with Cloverfield. The conceit is the problem with Cloverfield. It's really hard to get my head around the conceit, because the conceit for Cloverfield's a little lazy. But all that to be said, Cloverfield is like the pinnacle of found footage movies. I mean, it's the biggest, most well-produced found footage movie as far as I'm concerned, like, of any of the ones that you can go watch. It's the one that I think the most people have seen. It made the most waves. Like, the AR, remember the ARG and all that stuff? Like, Jesus Christ almighty. Like, Tag Ruwato and all that stuff, and It's a Lion or It's Alive. Is it a Voltron movie? Like, I remember all that. I remember going and seeing the first showing of Transformers, and seeing the trailer for Cloverfield and being taken. I think the problem with Cloverfield is the marketing was too good. The movie almost doesn't hold up to how good the marketing is, which is fine. But I think Cloverfield, like I said, is kind of the pinnacle of found footage. Again, my personal feelings on it aside, it is the pinnacle of found footage movies. And I think in a lot of ways, it's the measuring stick by which most found footage should be measured against in terms of popularity and visibility in the public. Like, is it the best? No. But it's the most visible, that's for sure. It's the one that most people know. And again, like in a post 9/11 universe, like it's like watching 9/11 the movie in a lot of ways. Like all those 9/11 movies can't really do Cloverfield justice, given how close to 9/11 Cloverfield feels. Right. In a lot of ways. And it comes out at a time and a place where that is an experience where people like me and you were seeing it on the news. People had lived it. So it's taking place in New York and it's 20 somethings and they have camera and then, and look, some of you in chat may get upset. Some of you may feel like I'm disappointing you. I personally don't watch anything past the first Cloverfield. 10 Cloverfield Lane kind of falls apart in the last 10 minutes. The Cloverfield Paradox,
never seen that one.
Just a mess. Original Cloverfield it's a classic for a reason. Matt Reeves is a hell of a director. I mean, Jesus, look at what he works on now. You know what I mean? Like, Matt Reeves is a hell of a director. It's a hell of a movie. They kind of gilded the lily. It's almost a perfect found footage movie. There's just some things about it that don't add up for me. But other than that, if you're going to show somebody found footage, I think it's got to be Cloverfield. What do you think, Ryan?
It's a great choice.
It's either Cloverfield or Blair Witch, right? Like literally, and I frankly think it's probably both.
And that's the thing. These are two very different sides of a many-sided coin, because I think these are two great choices, but also we're still both kind of talking in the horror or horror-adjacent subgenre. And a lot of people, when you think found footage, you think horror immediately, which I get. But there's also a lot of non-horror. There's some good mystery ones. There's a couple decent romantic ones. I mean, we're going into the new genre of these like screen life films, like Host, that are technically sort of found footage type.
But at the end of the day, horror works so well because it's putting you in the shoes of the person, and that's what makes. I mean, that's what makes horror so scary, right? That's what makes horror work, as it were. And so, I mean, it's kind of made for horror. But I agree with you. Like we kind of obviously are only talking about horror, but at the same time, like I would say, and again, this might cause some ire to some of you. I think the horror movies are the best found footage movies.
I would mostly agree. I mean, we're gonna, after we answer question number 2, I have a feeling you're going to now present the question of what is your favorite or what is the best found footage, and my top 4 or 5 are all definitely horror, I believe.
Am I asking you that now, or am I asking you that after we talk about what's a lesser? You want to talk about our favorites right now? Because I think that's fair. We can. Yeah. Okay. So let's go back and forth. Yeah. So so in no particular order, because I think that's more important. Let's do 4 more each. So that'll be 5 each. So Cloverfield and Blair Witch have already been covered. So give me another one, because I have plenty in no particular order.
I think number 1 on my list, what might end up being Creep with Mark Duplass. Wow. I think it is a masterpiece and a masterclass in tension and telling a very interesting, unique story that keeps you captivated. It is so damn good. And Mark Duplass, creepy as shit in that film. And the sequel, underrated. I think it's very good.
Okay, I like Creep. I got to talk to the director a long time ago. That's a personal favorite of mine. I haven't thought about it in a while, but it's a good one. I am going to throw out one, again, horror, the Poughkeepsie Tapes.
Great choice.
Great movie. Took forever to see it. I mean, not me forever to see it. Like, broadly the world.
The world to see it.
Yeah, I think I got to interview the Dowdle brothers and Stacy Shabosky back in the day, and they told me that was like a secret handshake back in Hollywood. Like if you you guys are the ones who directed the Poughkeepsie tapes, huh? Like,
Yep.
That's cool. Like, yeah, Poughkeepsie tapes is a good one. I mean, again, like Poughkeepsie tapes, you got to kind of suspend disbelief a little bit, but I like it. I think it sells the gimmick and the premise well enough. Some of the acting's a little wonky, but I think Poughkeepsie tapes, especially in our true crime fueled world now, I feel like people probably slept on the Poughkeepsie tapes. Or, I mean, again, just the fact that the Poughkeepsie tapes was kind of hard to see for the longest time.
Right.
So.
My second, and this honestly is probably maybe the only one that I could say is what I think maybe a perfect film. I got to go with Wreck. The Spanish apartment virus outbreak film has remarkable acting, has incredible scares in this. Some really great effects, some things that catch you off guard, some great sound work, some very, very great choices, all done in what is now a franchise of not great films, but that first movie is truly perfect.
I'm more of a fan of the J. Carp version. Also directed by the Dowdle brothers, right? No, am I right? Yeah, I think so.
You're right. I love that you highlighted that. I'm going to highlight it again.
That's a good one. Good choice. I enjoy that movie. I do enjoy the remake. I think the remake's actually pretty good.
It's not bad. It's nowhere near as good as Wreck, but yeah.
Yeah, sure. All right, I'm going to go with another one, and again, no particular order, because I actually realized that some of these movies are like some of my favorite movies. It's like a real problem. I really, 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 really big shout out, and I haven't seen the sequel, so if somebody in chat has seen the sequel, let me know. WNUF Halloween Special. I have the VHS of it sitting over there. Like, I went out of my way to buy one on eBay a long time ago. I'm a huge fan of it. I don't know. I feel very lucky to have gotten an opportunity to talk to some of the people from some of these things that I really like. Like, some of my favorite movies, I've gotten the opportunity to talk to the people. And so WNUF, got to interview Chris LaMartina a long time ago. That was fun. But it's a fun movie. It's a lot. It's trying to be a very specific thing, and I think it nails it, and I really like it, but I also understand, I've put it on for people, and they're just like, not interested, and I'm like, okay, fine. I like it a lot, but I get it. Have you seen it?
I have.
Wasn't it on my suggestion?
No. TerraVision has released both of them, the company I work with, so I've seen it. I've seen it and the sequel multiple times.
Oh well,
and I've worked on another Chris LaMartina film too.
Holding out on me, dingus. I haven't seen the second. Is the second one good?
It is very good. It feels different.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's certainly worth watching for sure.
You gotta hook a brother up.
I can give you a link. Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Free. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah. I just want to watch it. I feel like I've done enough free publicity for the movie at this point, because every time we talk about found footage movies, I literally bring it up.
Which is a lot.
It's a lot. It comes up all the fucking time. Yeah, no. WNUF. I don't know how many times I've brought it up there. I feel like the same movies come up every time. So I'll kick it to you now. Give me another one. Now this is your third one, baby.
It is my third, and I hope that you're going to use your fourth as the one that we were both thinking about. My third is a film called Gonjiam Haunted Asylum. This movie is creepy beyond belief, live streaming type of horror movie that is just so well crafted, and the acting in this one is truly believable in so many of the scenes, but really just shout out to the Asylum for being fucking creepy as hell. They chose a great location. It films so perfectly. You turn the lights off and that movie it'll get under your skin for sure. Really love that one. Again, really great release that came out fairly recently. Go check it out. It's a fantastic movie if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's a good one. I enjoy it. I wouldn't put it in my top but I enjoy it. It was good. Seen it a couple times. I think I want to say I covered it. Oh, I want to say I covered it on the Culture Cast maybe last year, the year before, I want to say. So is this where I get to mention one of the things that's like definitely on both of our lists?
Yeah, please do.
Hell House LLC.
Yes.
I mean, it's like the movie that we bonded over first as friends. Essentially,
Truly.
is what it feels like. That box set came out. I haven't picked it up yet. I want to. I know you did. Oh, he's going to grab it.
I don't know if it's close or not.
Is it within your albatross arm reach?
Probably
6'5" arm reach. I love Hell House LLC. The first one's great. Second one's good. Third one's good. I like that I can go to Target and see the guy who plays one of the characters in the movie as a model at Target. I love that. I love Hell House LLC. It's such a fun movie. I think it's kind of everything it's everything I want in a found footage movie, and the premise and the conceit is so fun. And I don't know. I absolutely love Hell House LLC, and I can't wait to see whatever the next one is, because I'm sure we're getting another one, right?
He's already started filming, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, it's already been announced or something.
I do think he said that this is the last one, which is an interesting move, because I don't think he's done that yet. Yeah, I agree. This
5?
Is... Yeah.
Not 6? What is this?
No.
Is this Indiana Jones?
I love this movie. The only thing I can say bad about the first Hell House LLC is I think the shaky CGI in the last like 90 seconds of the movie kind of sucks. But I understand it's like a very low budget movie, but man, they nailed it for the rest of the movie, and I just wish they got that last minute and a half perfect.
You talking about when the wall opens up?
Well, that and the her going into the room at the Not
great.
I mean,
but it's not a low budget movie, you know, like the fact that it's
not off-putting
showing up on this list with other like high budget movies, you know, it's pretty impressive. All right, your last one, and then I get one more as well.
My last one, it was chosen as a cover of one of the Physical Media Advocates because I love it so much. As Above, So Below has to be on this list for me. I again, kind of like Gonji.
Dowdle Brothers again. Jesus, dude. What are they going to listen to this and be like, hello, you guys are such huge fans of ours, apparently, this whole time?
This movie, again, kind of like I just mentioned for Gonjiam, the setting itself is kind of the star of this. And when you can make something so creepy, just like with the background in passing for somebody's angles, I truly love that movie. I'm glad that more people have been able to see it recently. It got I think a Scream Factory release in the last like 6 months. Beautifully shot movie, actually shot on site in the catacombs, which is amazing. Really great movie that's truly effective. That I think this is one of the first like low budget horror movies that took off on Netflix when it was streaming. It didn't get a lot of attention, and then on streaming it became like a fairly big hit.
Yeah, that's what I remember as well.
All right. Did you do 4 already, or is this your last one?
No, this is my last one. So, I had a hard time with this one because, again, like one of mine is what I don't think counts, and I can't mention Ghost Watch because it's not found footage. It's like it's so close, but it's just like right. It's at the cusp, and so
it's very good though.
Yeah, Ghost Watch is one of my favorites, like of all time, period, the end. So instead, I'm going to go with one that we haven't mentioned, and one that I really like, and I think a lot of people probably haven't seen, which is Digging Up the Marrow, which is Adam Green. Adam Green, he hates people who pirate his movies. I interviewed him a long time ago, and he was very angry about that. He talked about it for like an hour straight. It was pretty intense. I really like that movie. Ray Wise is great. Adam Green is great as himself. I enjoy it. The less you know about it, the better. I think it's a movie that going into it is a lot of fun. And I mean, I really like the artwork of Alex Pardee as well. So if you like his work, then you're probably going to like the movie. And I think everybody kind of has a different Adam Green thing that they really like. Digging Up the Marrow is my favorite Adam Green thing, which is maybe surprising because he's done a lot of great stuff. But yeah, for me, Digging Up the Marrow is right there. I think Digging Up the Marrow is a movie that not enough people have seen.
Agreed.
How do you feel about it broadly?
I mean, just truly love Adam Green. That's the biggest thing to defend here. For some reason, his movies just vibe with me. I absolutely love him. All of his stuff with Joe Lynch have been great. Yeah, this is a good choice. Solid choice.
Yeah, I'm disappointed you didn't pick it.
I've
never heard you talk about it though. Like I don't think we've ever talked about it before.
Because it's still lesser Adam Green for me, but it's still good.
What's better than that? Hatchet,
Frozen. Frozen is a masterpiece.
Never seen it.
Oh man, it is. You got to watch that one. Maybe that's one that we should do as an episode on your show. Because
that good?
It's so good. Yeah.
Is that where the people are stuck on the ski lift?
Stuck on a ski lift potentially for a full weekend. Yeah.
Interesting.
All right. Are we ready for our second question then?
Yeah. So the second question is as follows. Could you recommend a lesser known gem within the subject, which might not be suitable for a watch for newcomers?
So a reminder for everybody that has not listened to or watched Film Foundations before, essentially this is like, what would you offer as a second foray into the genre or actor or whatever that you're talking about? And so we just listed Blair Witch and Cloverfield as, hey, these are like entry points. And now here's something that's also very good, but could be off-putting to somebody that's kind of new to the genre. And for me, this is easily answered with one film, and this is the only one that came to mind for me. 1992's Man Bites Dog. This is a French film about a camera crew that's following around a serial killer who is also a thief, and he's just kind of doing what he does. We're talking about a guy murdering people on camera, and this crew's just kind of along for the ride. And he gets more manic and loses his mind as the movie goes on. The movie itself is in French, and it has some really great scenery in it again as well. It's filmed on location in many of these beautiful spots, but also many of these run-down, just nasty locations that you would expect a serial killer or thief to kind of hang out nearby. And Man Bites Dog is a goddamn masterpiece. But for somebody coming new to found footage, I could totally see this one just putting you off. Like, the people in these are gross. I don't want to follow this. This is disgusting. However, after you've watched something like Cloverfield or Blair Witch and you get sort of brought into this moment of finding this footage and living in this submersive genre, you got to kind of go swim in the deep end a little bit. And Man Bites Dog is full of filth and treachery and just really bad vibes. And after you're done, it's fascinating to look back on just to see what this character did while you were sitting here witnessing everything. The movie is getting a Blu-ray release from Imprint Films here in just the next couple months, I think, like the end of March. It's the first time it's been released on Blue anywhere in the world. Had a really great Criterion DVD release that was, I think, like the second or third Criterion DVD I ever bought, and fell in love with the movie then. It is incredible. The movie is something that will blow you away if you've never seen it. And also, if you've never seen it, other than what I've said, go in blind. Don't go look up anything else. It is really interesting to see just how this character develops, I guess is probably the best word for that. Like, character development. It is so damn good. Yeah, Man Bites Dog. I can see how people would be turned off, but I think it's a really great second watch for found footage.
Is this the point where first off, I've never seen it, which I feel like is kind of a missed opportunity for me. Is this the part where I mentioned things like, oh man, I kind of feel like I don't want to unleash this upon your audience, but I'm sure that there are some people in your audience who would be interested in, and what I would say, like, and again, like, this isn't me like advocating for these movies, but Guinea Pig Devil's Experiment or like the August Underground movies. I'm not advocating for those, but I'm just mentioning those offhand if you're into some more intense stuff. because man, those are intense, weird,
Hard to recommend too.
Yeah, like a very specific person. I would say my answer for this one is I don't think it's really a lesser known gem, but I think it's just a different flavor, and I'm not as big of a fan, but I think some people if they watch it might find it a little boring, but some people might vibe with it really hard depending on your kind of level of uncomfort or discomfort in your house. Paranormal Activity, the first one, I think is the right answer here. It worked the first time. That's it. Once I watched it a second, third time, I was like, yeah, it's okay. But for some people, it's going to really scare the shit out of them. Because best I can tell, it really scared the shit out of some people when it came out. I like it just fine. I think it's a good movie, but I think it's kind of perfect for this spot because, again, I don't think you're going to watch it more than once. You might, if you really vibe with it, you might. But it's a movie worth watching, I think, to see kind of almost like a modern day Blair Witch in a lot of ways. How can we do Blair Witch inside of a house as opposed to Blair Witch out in the woods? Because again, Blair Witch is scary, but really only if you're in the woods. Paranormal Activity is scary because you're in your house. You go to bed in your house. So I like Paranormal Activity just fine, but I think it needs to be mentioned in this conversation. I think this spot is the right spot for it. What do you think?
I still love all of these movies.
I'm not saying they're good or bad. It's just
right.
I think for some people they're going to watch it the first time and go, eh.
They'll
go, I enjoyed it. They'll go, I enjoyed it, but then they would never watch it the second time.
Funny enough, the one thing that I thought of when you just said all this is coming back to me how clean and sort of barely PG-13 this movie is. I kind of wonder if I could show this to Jonah.
Probably
fuck him up.
Scare the shit out of him.
So I haven't told the story in a very long time on this channel. There's a lot of new people, so I'm going to share it again. When I was 22 to 25, lived in a house in a very small neighborhood, out in the middle of nowhere in the desert. And it was a really odd setup because we had, the whole front of the house where you would have the living room. And then off of my bedroom, there was a sliding glass door to go out into what was essentially a walled-in porch, but it had a back door to go to the backyard from there. And we had a friend that was coming over, knowing that we were watching Paranormal Activity, and we that were watching was me and my two sisters. And I told him, hey, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to unlock the sliding glass door into my bedroom. When you come in, go around the fence, go around the backyard and come in through that sliding glass door quietly and listen for the loud music and Paranormal Activity and scare the shit out of my sisters. And so I go to the bathroom and say, I'll be right back. Come back in, and I had unlocked the door, and he came in. And when it got to one of those moments where the sound obviously just gets really loud and booming, and I had a wonderful sound system at the time, really nice subwoofer, he grabbed the bedroom door handle on my bedroom and just pulled it shut hard twice. My youngest sister, who is over 6 feet tall, screamed so loud that it hurt my ears and ran and jumped on top of me in our living room so that I could protect her. One of the funniest things ever. I will never forget the story. Love Paranormal Activity. Solid choice.
It's a good movie.
Yeah. Well, you want to list a bunch of stuff that is not going to come up in these two questions that we like or love or just really want to give attention to, because there's a lot in this genre.
Yeah, somebody already mentioned VHS. VHS is worth mentioning. Out of Hand for a second. The House is October Built, also worth mentioning. There's a lot. There's just a lot. I like Apollo 18. I know that that's not a popular one, but it's kind of fun. I don't know. I think there's a lot to enjoy about found footage. I just think it's not that people don't want to find the things that they can enjoy. It's just, I don't know. I feel like found footage is so hard for some people to appreciate because I don't know, because they haven't seen very many good ones, because there aren't very many good ones that are popular beyond Cloverfield.
Right. I would agree there. Want to shout out The Visit. M. Night Shyamalan. Loved that movie quite a bit.
Brought him back from the brink.
Sure did. There are aspects of Sinister that are found footage. Love that one.
Oh yeah, sure.
There are a lot here that could be talked about, but really should take a moment to highlight non-horror found footage. So really want to shout out Project X, better than people give it credit for. Another couple big ones, recent movies, Searching and Missing. They're not horror, but they're like mystery drama, like investigative things that are done in these screen life stories that we're getting on many of these newer films, like Host, which Host is fine. I didn't hate it or anything, but it's just not my favorite. I mentioned Mark Duplass earlier with Creep. Language Lessons is another good one. I thought that was actually surprisingly great. Check it out if you've not seen it. And then we've skirted around it all night, but got to give time right now to Chronicle. Chronicle is it came out. Gosh, I can't remember if it came out right before Iron Man or right around Iron Man, but it was right before the whole superhero craze took over and before the found footage craze took over, and it was both done so well. Creepy teenagers that get extra powers and are filming themselves get these extra powers. That is such a difficult time to get powers in your life, because you get, the whole with great power comes great responsibility thing is not something you think of at that moment. And so things get shitty really quickly. Everybody that is a part of Chronicle has put in a really incredible performance, but the story itself is just so interesting to see people go through that development and sort of turn into supervillains at some points. Also shout out from Zombies. The Last Exorcism, love The Last Exorcism, is essentially about a pastor or preacher, whatever, that is, he's been an exorcist, and he is going into this to tell you how much they're fake for exorcists. And of course, it turns out this one that he's getting this filming crew to show you that it's fake is a real demon, and it ends up being a real exorcism. It's an incredible movie. The stunt work done by, I think her name is Ashley something, the main actor of The Last Exorcism. She's incredible. Unfortunately, the last 34 seconds of the movie are god awful, but just forget about those, and the movie is amazing.
Into the Storm, the Richard Armitage disaster movie, found footage movie with like tornadoes and stuff's kind of weird. I don't remember disliking it, but I don't remember loving it. I think I remember finding it, again, like when it's non-horror found footage, that's kind of weird. But I mean, hey, people do it. We mentioned VHS. There are a lot of VHS movies, like a lot.
Tons,
yeah.
And more coming.
Well, obviously they make money. If they make money, they're going to keep making them. Grave Encounters is good. Essentially, what would happen if Zach Bagans actually encountered ghosts? Then you have Grave Encounters. Trying to think what else. I mean, again, I've already mentioned like the furthest end of the spectrum with August Underground, which I'm not like advocating anybody go and look up. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I would advocate for a lot of people watching like non-horror found footage movies, because I just don't think they're very, I don't know, something about horror and found footage, right? Just like they go two hand in hand for me to like, it's hard for me to suggest anything else.
I will argue against that with one more movie, and then one more.
Oh, we got one more horror movie, but like almost all these have been horror. You know what I mean? Like,
well, no, I just mentioned like 7 or 8 that are not.
I know, but I'm saying like of the bulk majority of these are horror.
Correct. And
yeah, so the ones that aren't stand out. I get it. I agree. Like they really do stand out, because when they're done well and it's not a horror movie, like they really stand out. But
the last one that's not horror that I really wanted to throw out here, End of Watch. Absolutely amazing cop movie. It's body cam footage essentially with Jake Gyllenhaal and Michael Pena. Really, really great film. Love that one. And then the last horror movie that I wanted to bring up, the only one I had on my list other than the ones we've talked about, Deadstream. Came out a handful of years ago. It's about a live streamer going to a house that is supposedly haunted, and he is the most unlikable character in the world, and yet you love watching him. He is hilarious. You hope for the worst for him, and yet hope for the best. It is a great, great, fun movie. Check it out if you haven't seen it.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else that jumps out at me. Like we've covered a lot of stuff. Like
you remember a bunch after we hit the end.
Yeah, I know. That's how this always works. Like, oh yeah, well, I don't know.
Troll Hunter is a great one.
Yes. Okay. The Devil Inside is not bad.
Yeah, it's good for a one-time watch.
I mean, I feel like a lot of found footage movies are kind of good for a one-time watch. I mean, like The Taking of Deborah Logan, I feel like I was about to say that one. Way. Yeah. Like, I feel like that's good for a one-time watch. Have you seen Willow Creek? That one's pretty good.
Bigfoot movie.
It's the Bobcat Goldthwait movie.
Yep. Borderlands, yeah. It's a good one.
Unfriended. How do you feel about Unfriended?
It's not bad. The second one is much better, funny enough. Dark Web. Unfriended Dark Web.
Dark Web. I'd like more alien found footage movies.
Yeah. I don't think it was found footage, but was it Close Encounters of the Fourth Kind or whatever?
The one with
I remember that one. Yeah, I remember that one being pretty decent. Yeah.
What about The Sacrament? Kind of a sort of a horror movie, but not really a horror movie?
Yeah, more of a cult movie, I guess. It's not bad. It's not my favorite, but it's not bad.
What about Spree, the movie with Joe Keery?
Have not seen it yet. This has been on my list for a while.
He's pretty great. He's pretty great. It's pretty great. I mean, I love Joe Keery, so...
But then he
plays a pretty nasty guy. Yeah, I know. Good Lord.
That was the awful reference.
Well, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. So, what is the biggest impact that found footage has had on pop culture? Question number 3. Where do you take this?
So, our question number 3 is always my favorite, which is, the biggest impact on pop culture overall, because it can be sort of philosophical. Like, it can be somebody getting inspired or something like that. But I think really the answer here has to be, this is the genre that has allowed filmmakers to make their first film for no money. I mean, we have so many of these movies that are filmed on iPhones in a dark house with a couple mood lights and some pretty crappy makeup, and people get noticed and are suddenly making bigger movies. And it's all because this is the genre that doesn't have to be, something super well shot on location during the day with big actors. This can be just a really creepy location, hardly any light, and done where you don't have to hold the camera perfectly steady. You can do it with next to no equipment. You can shoot it for $14 and a couple free lunches for your crew and call it a day, and make literally a film, a feature-length film that can be played and make a huge impact on people. And films like Paranormal Activity have proven that. It was made for, I think the total budget on that was like $15,000, and then it made like all of the money ever. What kind of world is that? Not a great thing. It is the genre that has allowed people to make great movies for no money.
It's the great equalizer of the genres. It really is.
Exactly.
I'm not sure that there is a better answer here. I think that is the answer. It is the one way that people are able to make a movie is found footage. Good, bad. Skinamarink is not found footage, and Ryan
Frogman though is Frogman.
Ryan doesn't even like it. You say Frogman fucks?
Yeah, you got to watch the movie to get that.
Frogman fucks because Frogman fucks. I don't need to watch a movie to know that the Frogman fucks. I believe the Frogman fucks.
Albert here says fan footage movies in the 21st century are what slasher movies were in the 80s. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I could see where you're coming from. I think that, yeah. I think at the end of the day, found footage allows filmmakers to do something really interesting and putting the audience in the shoes of the person who's in the situation. But at the end of the day, like, that's not enough. It needs to be more than that. There has to be more than that.
Right.
I love Skinamarink so much. It's not even funny. I know. It's like that and In a Violent Nature and Nosferatu. Like, it's just like all these movies that are like made to annoy you. I don't know. Like, I think at the end of the day, if you want to make a movie for cheap, it's often a horror movie. And if you want to make a horror movie for cheaper, it's found footage. So I think found footage is the great equalizer.
Right. And yeah, Albert says horror movies in general are considered entry level for beginning and wannabe filmmakers, but that takes it to a new level. I mean, you don't truly need more equipment than what you already carry in your pocket on most days, which is amazing. And
Right.
the fact that we have that is just a feat for filmmaking. I love it.
I agree. Yeah, found footage is a genre that is very important to filmmaking as a whole. I mean, Blair Witch was a jumping point for the people involved with that movie, but found footage is just, it allows filmmakers to be creative in a way that is really not, I don't know, there's only one way to do it, and that's found footage. That's really it. Like, There's no other way around it. See, In a Violent Nature is great. The Max Headroom incident, my brother has the other one. Does that count as found footage when he's spanking him on the ass with the fly swatter? I know about that. That's a classic. Found footage is important to cinema, whether people like it or not. And I think for more people than not, they've heard of Blair Witch or seen Cloverfield, and that's probably as far as they go. But it has so much more to it than that, because it allows people to make movies on the cheap, which is not a thing.
True that.
That can happen, that used to happen, and it happens now. So anything we want to mention before we go to the last question?
No, I think that was a solid conversation. It's just not something that we talk about enough. You know, when you talk about how, I don't want to say simple, because it's still making a movie, and making movies is very difficult. But found footage, again, it's like the keys to the kingdom. If you're dreaming of being a filmmaker, it doesn't get much easier than, well, open up your phone and just film something, damn it.
Right. I agree. I mean, in a lot of ways, that's all creative endeavors. Just do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, yeah. You know, consistency, just do it. Like, you got to make it happen. That's what I tell anybody that I work with, like, in terms of podcasting, like, consistency is the most important thing. Just doing it, as it were. So Ryan, what is a cinematic bridge to found footage?
So this question, for those that have never heard before, is such an interesting one, because you hear the, if you like X, you'll like Y type of conversation.
If you like X, you might like LSD.
After this long conversation about found footage, the question now is, what else, if I already like this genre, will tell me that I could like found footage? And I think this is starting to get a little blurred, because some of this can be considered found footage. Like we talked about WNUF earlier, but I really want to talk about, like, live streams and screen life films and the broadcast films, all sort of meshed into one. So things like The Last Broadcast, WNUF, and
Ghost Watch.
Ghost Watch, and even not films, but like those live streams that hopefully other people in the chat have seen these, and it's not just me being crazy, but like a person just walking around Japan for 5 hours and just showing you what culture is like over there.
Oh, you talking about like Logan Paul?
Not quite.
It's all about the respect. That's what I've heard. When Logan Paul went to Japan, it was all about respect. That's why he filmed. That's why he filmed. I mean, found footage, right? He found a guy hanging in the forest and he filmed it. Found footage.
So, like, just a guy walking, behind storefronts through an alley, and then you come out and there's like hundreds of people on the sidewalk, and just seeing what it's like, that sort of thing. If you're like fascinated with that type of footage, found footage is an easy way to come to after that sort of thing, because obviously a lot of these are filmed on like the little pedestal selfie stick thing for the backpacks or the chest-mounted camera tripods, but they're really interesting to see how you just portray things, and I think it's a nice entry point to found footage. What about you?
I think mockumentaries are a good entryway into horror, or like, I guess, horror found footage, but I think found footage in general, like mockumentaries. Yep. I don't know if people like mockumentaries. I don't even know if people like the term mockumentaries, but I think mockumentaries are the obvious extension that you could get to for found footage. I mean, mockumentaries like Ghost Watch. I mean, in a lot of ways, like Late Night with the Devil is kind of a mockumentary in a lot of ways. Like, those movies, I feel like, are the ones that I think of when I think of things that are the entry point, and they're a little bit... They hold your hand a little bit more. In a lot of ways, the Poughkeepsie Tapes is almost a mockumentary. So that would be my answer. I think mockumentaries are like kind of the quote obvious answer here in terms of what could be a thing that other people have heard of or at least more comfortable with. But then it comes to the question of like, what mockumentaries are there that people know? Like, so I don't know. Maybe that's a question to be answered on another episode of this show.
Now we have to do a mockumentaries episode?
Yeah, Spinal Tap. That's a good one. But well, yeah, I think so. I mean, Spinal Tap, I think, is more of a mockumentary than it is found footage.
It's not found footage. Yeah, it's a mockumentary.
That's the problem, though. Like, the line is very narrow and thin. So that would be my
choice.
Yeah.
Glad people were here to be able to participate in this. For those that have been watching all along this 4-hour excursion tonight, Chris, for those that have liked your takes, where else can they hear some of your work?
Everything is over at weirdingwaymedia.com. That's where my show, The Kulture Cast, is picking back up here pretty quickly. You really are the most devious bastard in New York City. Yeah, what we do in the shadows is great. Same with the TV show. weirdingwaymedia.com. That's where you can go for all the stuff that I work on. Patreon.com/culturecast is where you can go to support the stuff that I work on. Me specifically, I guess. Times are hard and shit's not getting any easier. If you can't help out financially, cool. Just like, rate, and review my stuff on iTunes or wherever you get it. More than likely iTunes. What about you, Ryan?
Everybody watching on my channel knows that you can find me at someone'sfavoriteproductions.com or over on patreon.com/disconnected. But this is a really great time to jump on the Patreon as we're running that promotion right now, and happy to get some of these stuff shipped out to people that are going to love him. And the releases you'll be getting as part of that are incredible. That being said, there's a lot more to come through Film Foundations, through Disconnected, through Someone's Favorite Productions, and other shows. There's possibly even another show starting soon. So look forward for that. And actually, on that note, if you go and love podcasts, go check out the newest podcast to join the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network, Tumbleweeds and TV Cowboys, hosted by Hunter Robinson, really good friend of mine. It's going to be covering landmark TV shows like Gunsmoke and the Oxbow incident and Western films from throughout all of the decades. I've recorded an episode on there. Will Dodson's done one or two of them. You've got some Western experts showing up. It's going to be an incredible show. Hope people liked it. And check it out.
As always, like, rate, and review the show wherever you get it, which is iTunes, where we would hope you get it. If it's on YouTube, smash that like button, hit subscribe. That helps us out there. And as always, we hope that by joining us and listening to us talk about movies, that you've been able to further your views, thoughts, and experiences in film.
And for watching The Disconnect tonight, thank you. And we'll see you next Thursday. This is the end. Thank you for watching The Disconnected. On the way out, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, that you've liked the video, and that you've copied the link to be able to share with someone else that may appreciate this.
Hey, this is Jason Kleberg from the Force 5 podcast, a show that forces a guest to come up with a movie-themed top 5 list topic, and then we reveal our picks on air. Top 5 heist films, top 5 tearjerkers, top 5 movie dogs. Every show you'll be asking yourself, what would be on my list? Guests include directors, screenwriters, actors, podcasters, musicians, authors, and even a professional wrestler. Subscribe to the Force 5 podcast, and you won't just be a listener, you'll be a list nerd. The Force 5 podcast, available wherever you're listening now.
Thank you for listening. To hear more shows from the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network, please select the link in the description